Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen and sharing the live. We are just getting started, and when we do take guests here soon, I'll be wanting to speak to a believer in a god or gods or something like that. If that's you, if you happen to have a do take gods or something like that. If that's you, if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, I won't be looking for debate. Then go ahead and request on up. I won't be looking for debate or an argument. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I'm not even looking to shame you or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Pistachio latte today, and it was quite enjoyable. I still prefer blueberry coffee, but I can question it. Also, I don't consider myself a mythicist because that would be a positive claim. I don't take the positive claim on anything regarding Jesus. How would I know? How would you know? How does anybody know enough to make a positive claim? Though I would wonder, if you are not a mythicist, why not? Why do you believe that this person existed as written in a storybook? Or do you think it's a history book? Rags, good to see you. Welcome in Liv and Nishu, Arcana. Also Kilted Frank and James Miles. Good to see you all. Welcome. Who else did I miss? Bats. I did say Bats. And LJ, good to see you. And Shannon, good to see you, Shannon. Welcome in, of course. And anybody else joining us, welcome to you. I know there are a few other very interesting lives going on, and I was very tempted to make myself even later just to go sing some karaoke with a friend. But I opted not to. But welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you joining us. Do you question objective reality? Are we brains in jars, or just you? I don't recall ever being a brain in a jar. No, I never quite backed up into the jar. I could be in a jar, in which case I have no idea if I'd be the only one or if we all are, or if everything is just a brain in a jar. That would be kind of boring, though, wouldn't it? But hey, we broke 5K, so thank you guys for tapping the screen over 5,000 times, 6,000. Appreciate all of you. And of course, if you haven't already, like I haven't, because here I am being a hypocrite. Let's fix that right now. You can add it to your story, like the Batcolyte just did, or you can repost it like I just did, or you could even just copy the link and send it to somebody who you think might enjoy the live. Either way, all of that sharing and reposting, all that helps us get out to the FYP and maybe come across the attention of somebody who has the curiosity or the courage required to question their beliefs. And who knows, maybe they'll actually find it within them to hit that request button and join me up here on panel. And maybe they'll even demonstrate questioning their beliefs. Though I don't hold that expectation. It would be nice though, wouldn't it? Trip says, free yesterday's penguins. Why are the penguins not free? Are they still stuck in yesterday? What happened with the penguins? I might be behind on my current events. Hello, Cat DeWitch. Good to see you. Also, I don't know if the person in queue meant to be, so I'm going to set you back down. Just because I'm so used to you pocket requesting, but if you did mean to, do it again, and I'll bring you up this time. Also, welcome in, Ryan. Mindful Data. Welcome in to, oh well, everybody just joining us. I could have sworn I saw a new name there. It's Mindful Idea, not Data. My mistake. Welcome in. But if any of you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to tear you down. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? No worries, Shannon. You don't owe me any apologies. I just Don't want to accidentally pull you up while you're running around being, a superhero, right? If anybody didn't know, Shannon is a superhero while she's in chat. Now that I've spoiled the secret identity.
Hello.
Hello, Mindful Idea. Age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
My belief is different than most. I believe that we are all gods. Every single human being species on the planet are all gods. As Jesus said, behold God, and God made an image of man, of himself. He was trying to make...
I'm a little confused. You're saying that everything is God.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask what a god is, but also I'm noticing you're quoting Jesus here. Do you believe in Jesus?
I mean, I believe he was a person, yes, but do I believe he died for sins? All of our sins? No.
So why does it matter what he said about what a god is?
Oh, no. I was more so bringing in the reference of, he said, God made God made Jesus in his image. And so if God made Jesus in his image...
I guess what I'm not getting is, if you don't believe in Jesus and the supernatural claims, why reference his ideas about God making man in his image? What does that have to do with us being gods if you don't believe the supernatural Jesus claims?
It's more so the metaphor of we're all gods.
A metaphor. So we're not actually gods. We're just...
No, that we are all gods.
I'm confused. I thought you said it was a metaphor. Is it a metaphor, or is it something that's true?
In my mind, I believe it's true that...
What is a god?
What is a god? A god is a person that has consciousness plus energy that can equal reality. If God-mind expansion can...
You said an equation-sounding thing. Consciousness plus...
Energy.
Energy. What is energy?
What is energy? Everything. What is quantum? Quantum physics? Have you ever studied?
What does the word quantum mean?
What does the word quantum mean? Quantum on the level is the metaphysical field of when the atoms of our metaphysical and non-metaphysical field can have atoms bouncing within and without one another, and can also mirror and replicate. I need you to back up
just a little bit. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, seriously, do you have any idea what you're saying? I said, what does the word quantum mean? Are you just trying to impress people with a vast vocabulary of words that you don't actually understand? Because nobody's impressed. I'm trying to find out what it is you mean is a god. What is a god? And you're going off on quantum fields, and do you even know what quantum means?
How about this, Thrayle? How about you tell me what you think quantum means?
Okay.
Because before I wanted to enter this theory or this forum, you were like, I'm not gonna bash, I'm not gonna tear anybody down.
I'm not. I'm trying to find out what you're saying, but you keep saying, like, when I ask what something means, you go into a whole new tangent using a whole bunch of new words that you haven't quite described yet. So,
it's not my fault that you don't understand my language.
Oh, it has nothing to do with understanding. It has to do with... Here's the thing. Let me ask you this, Mindful. Why did you request up?
Well, You wanted to question my reality, so how about you tell me?
That's not what I want to do. I asked why you wanted to request up. Why did you request up?
For you to question all of my beliefs.
For me to question all of your beliefs.
I mean, isn't that what your whole forum is all about?
Let me ask you a question. Can you question your beliefs?
I do all the time. Do you?
Okay. Yes, constantly, daily.
Okay, so now what is the definition of quantum?
Stop. I don't think you quite understand. I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm not here I'm not trying to shame you or make you feel small either, but I do want to point out that I asked you some questions, and you kept going into larger and more elaborate explanations without actually answering the questions. So if you would like, we could try this again and see if we end up in the same spiraling detour. But I don't know if you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, or if you're just trying to impress people with ideas that you have kind of composed and come up with here. Are you actually capable of questioning it?
Oh, absolutely.
Wonderful.
I'm just now curious to know if you can answer what is the definition of quantum.
Yeah, I'm not here to answer your questions, and I'd already asked you that question. You've dodged it.
I didn't dodge it. Now you're dodging it.
You literally did dodge it. So
I did not. I was actually giving you the scientific form of words that you cannot understand.
Sure. You don't seem to understand still, Mindful. So let me help you. It doesn't matter if I understand the words you're saying. It doesn't matter if I already know what you mean. I am seeing if you can question your beliefs. I'll explain that one more time if I have to, but this is what we're doing. So it's not about what I know. It's not about what I don't know. It's not about what I understand or don't understand. It has to do with, are you actually able to question your beliefs or even describe them in a coherent way?
As somebody that is as Gnostic as that I am, I question my reality.
Gnostic?
Yes.
What does Gnostic mean?
How about you answer? Because every time I go to give you an answer, you're going to give me the backlash of...
I'm not giving you backlash. What does Gnostic mean?
What does Gnostic mean? That there is no true story behind the belief of that there is something greater of any God that has an overpowering
So did you mean
essence.
agnostic?
There's
or
a
did
difference
you mean
between
Gnostic?
There's a difference between agnostic and Gnostic.
Great.
Do you know the difference?
Yes, I do. So it doesn't sound like you do, Mindful. You've said that Gnostic means that there is no truth behind what you believe.
That's not what I said, dude.
Okay, clarify then.
Are you on weed right now?
Mindful, are you serious?
I was just going into a conversation of delivering what I wanted to say, and you go to cut people off or cut me off.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify what it is you're even saying, because you're kind of just saying a whole bunch of spiritualist
You know what? Good luck on your forum by trying to sound so fucking cool.
I'm going to go ahead and drop you before you humiliate yourself further. You might want to look up Gnostic and agnostic before declaring condescendingly that somebody else doesn't know something or understand. It was shockingly combative, and I will take credit for my part in that. Perhaps I could have been more patient. Their first explanations. I just felt like literally every question was getting a whole new thesis on a spiritual woo term that didn't quite have a clear understanding behind it. C'est la vie.
you.
Hello, Shoddy. Can I get your age?
13.
Yeah, you can't even be in the... Had to lie to TikTok about your age to even be here. So you'll have to be removed from the room. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. What if the real belief was the friends we made along the way, right? Hello, Martha. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Makes my day just to see you. I hope you had a great Valentine's Day. Well, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you, Danny Grax. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And anybody else who helped with that goal as well. I really appreciate you. And anybody who has a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, well, I appreciate you finding your way up to questioning your beliefs on the panel. Of course, that's if you have the courage or the curiosity, or even just want to see if you can. I guess that might be the curiosity, wouldn't it? But if that's something that you can do, then go ahead and request actions and beliefs is to request up. Thank you, Sarah Faith. Good to see you again. New name, but same picture. I recognize you. Well, I'm really kind of regretting that I did accept that request so quickly. I usually don't when someone demands to be let up. But K4, can I go ahead and get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh yeah, I'm 20.
And what year were you born?
I was born back in 2005.
Oh, that hesitation. You can go ahead and try again, though. Go ahead and try again, though. Yeah, somebody was just quick on the drop there for your hesitation. You can try again now. I'm sure you really were born in 2005. Well, Christ before Jesus, good to see you. It is midnight in the great state of Texas. So it's time to scroll in and fall asleep to the Batcolyte, to the gentle questioning of beliefs, with occasional hostile crash outs. We try not to do those, but they do happen, don't they? K4, I'm not gonna put up with your my bullshit. Okay. Thank you for sparing us all. I am. Oh, wait. Fibonacci Flux has eaten 2 cans of easy cheese with Triscuits, and you blame me. Only 2? I don't think you're doing it right then. Kilted, I laugh all the time. I'm a very joyful person. Can't you hear all the joy brimming in my voice? I'm just bursting with joy. Oh, it'll never be the end, Fibonacci, until they stop putting cheese in cans. Yes, Kilted Frank, it does go faster with chicken and a biscuit. That is the best way to eat canned cheese, is with a chicken and a biscuit. The second best way is with those crackers that already have the cheese in between them. You know what I mean? Yeah. Add more cheese. Makes them better. Faith, you can request a poem be read by me. There are places on the Discord to do that. Of course, I give priority to subscribers, super fans, and server boosters. But of course, if you have a poem that you would like to have me read, you can share it on the Discord in the Words on the Wind and tag me in it. Yeah, Fibonacci, the off-brand cheese in a can is just as good as the other stuff. But speaking of other stuff,
question a belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky it was built beneath.
A belief questioned does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
And my app is trying to crash through all of that. I don't know what's, but I'll be right back. Well, I hope we got through the song at least before it crashed. I tried to freeze the whole app and wouldn't let me do anything. But that was enjoyable, and I appreciate Michael V. As always, thank you for that song. Right, Fibonacci. I kind of think the same thing. It's a really unique blend of styles, and I really like the lyrics. It's the imagery of the house. But you are not the house. You are the sky that it was built beneath. I love that image. But now that all the glitches seem to be repaired and I'm back, if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, well, you know what to do with those request buttons. You pick one and just join me up here and see if you really can question that belief. I'm not here to burgle it from you. I don't want to take your God. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And really more so, I'd like to see if you know. Maybe help you know. But, I'm not claiming to save anyone from themselves. I just want to know if you really can question it. And what will that change in you if you recognize that you can? What would it change in you if you recognize that you can't? Would it be important to you to change anything? Do you see questioning your beliefs as a benefit or as a detriment? Does it help you grow, or does it hold you back? Well, hello there, Tiny Science. Good to see you. You've missed all the questioning of the questionable beliefs that were so questionable that they questioned themselves right off the panel. Now there's no beliefs left to question, apparently. At least that's the impression that I get. I could be wrong. Maybe there are beliefs left to question and I just haven't found them yet. It is questionable at best. I agree with that. Definitely questionable. Yeah, I definitely question it, Tiny. I question all the unquestionable questionability of the things that won't be questioned. And still I have more questions. Oh, I made that print way too big. But hey, it worked.
Hello?
Hello, leave my name out. Can I get your
How are
age
you
for
doing? I'm
TikTok?
sorry about the night. My apologies.
Yeah, sorry about what?
No, I talked to you the other night, and I think like I was like questioning you before you questioned me. My apologies about that.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
So 42 from Canada.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Before I did, I used to be Muslim, and then I stopped believing that. So
You used to be Muslim and now you're not.
correct.
So now you don't have a belief in a god.
I do believe in higher power.
What does that mean?
It means that I do believe in someone or a power that I can depend on in my life.
A power you can depend on. What does that mean?
So, in a lot of humanity, everyone believes in something at least.
What do you mean?
What do I mean about that?
Yeah, why do you say everybody believes in something? What are you saying?
In history, most people, they believe in something, no?
In history, most people, did you take a poll of most people in history to see what they believed?
No, I have not, no.
Okay, so what are you saying?
I think from my own like understanding from like experience, I can say that most people they want to believe in something at least.
Most people, they want to believe in something. How did you determine that most people want to believe in something?
Again, from experience per se. So there's like
from experience per se. So in your experience, people that you have come across, a majority of those people want to believe in something according to you.
yes, that's right. Yes. So
what does that have to do with the question of what your higher powers? When you said you believe in a higher power, what is that?
So from when I was Muslim, I was Muslim to a point, but then after that, because part of my family is Muslim and part of my family is not. So I was trying to like debate about what I should do. And after they treated disrespect from the religion in terms of like how they treat their women, I lost like humanity about how they treat their like the females per se. I was
I'm sorry, I've got to ask because the way you're using words right now, are you drunk?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, okay. The way you're using words, the combinations, it sounds just a little bit like
disoriented. You're saying?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking a lot about the whole religion. It's kind of hard for me to say it. That's why.
Yeah, But you're saying that the way Islam treated women, you didn't like that, so that's why you left it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. What is your higher power, was the question.
My higher power, I believe that someone, it's not what the thing. Okay, religion is based on like principle about values, about how you should be good. That's that. And there's yin yang and negative and positive. I get that. I understand that. I respect that. But I think there's more to it. I think there's a higher value than most people know. I don't think it's a notion about religion. I think it's based more upon of an entity per se. That's what I believe in.
What do you mean when you say entity?
I knew you asked that.
Because I asked what is a higher power, and that's the closest thing to an answer you've given me. So, entity. What is entity?
For me, entity is what I am, is what I'm based on, is what I am as a human.
So when you say higher power, and you bring that back to entity, what is it you're saying is a higher power? A human?
I think it's like a conscious that's in the universe.
A conscious?
Yeah.
You mean a consciousness? And what is that?
So the conscious is a power or something that gives you that depiction of what you are as a person. So there's more.
The conscious is a power that gives you the depiction of what you are as a person.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that if you're thinking about something, right? Again, I remember mentioning this to you, but back I was talking to you about like manifestation. So if you think higher about something else in life,
think
you can
higher.
become.
What does that mean? Think higher.
So when you think higher about something, right, you are foretelling yourself more than you are, per se.
Foretelling yourself.
Correct.
You're foretelling yourself more than you are, per se.
Okay.
I'm not, I have to say, it sounds, you say you're not drunk, Leaf, but it sounds like you're kind of just, like I'm not following what you're saying. The way
Okay,
you're
so
mixing up certain words here,
my apology if
they don't quite mean what I think you think they mean, per se.
Maybe I'm misconstruing what I'm trying to say, but it's kind of hard to tell you. But
Are you trying to use,
yeah, go ahead.
are you trying to use larger language than you're comfortable with?
I guess maybe yes. Yeah.
Try to speak more plainly.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is like sometimes when we don't know something, it's called the fear of unknown, correct?
Fear of the unknown, okay.
Okay. So a lot of people don't want to experience something they don't know, per se, right? So if it's something that they experience in life, they're like, oh my God, like either it's like it could be anything in life, but then they're like, oh, it's how do I put to you? Sorry, I'll tell you a story, but I don't have to go through a whole story about life.
Yeah, no, I don't want a story.
Exactly.
So far, we're still just trying to find out what you mean when you say you believe in a higher power. So far, I've gotten that you think there's a conscious or
Correct.
consciousness or a power that is separate from a mind that is not human. I don't know, like, what you mean by that. I'd like to ask you some more questions about that, I think.
Well, please do.
What is it that is conscious, that is separate from mind?
The state consciousness is what you believe in and what you empower, and you bring that and that's what you believe in. And that
what you believe in,
energy
and
is
what
energy.
you power. And now energy is energy. What is energy?
For me, energy is a mind and thought. And that's
Energy is the mind thought. Is that what you said?
Yes, your mind has enough energy to empower that thought, which makes you believe in what you think. Right?
Like
I'm
what's
not.
it?
What? Okay, I won't.
You're kind of slurring your speech too.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm fine.
Okay.
No, I'm not. No. But what I'm trying to tell you is that when you believe in something, you can empower that matter, is what I'm trying to say.
When you believe in something, you can empower that manner. What does that mean?
So, again, through manifestation, I'm not asking questions, but
Okay,
for me, I believe in
you've used the word a few times, so I'm going to ask you, what is manifestation?
manifestation. For me, is that when you believe in something, it empowers the universe. The universe empowers you back or tells you.
Empowers the universe. How does you believing something empower the universe? What does that mean?
It means that when you think about something strong enough, it'll like sense the universe, and then
The thought will sense the universe, or the universe will sense the, what do you mean? Sense? Or did you say send?
send. So send back to you. Yes. So like, it's like it's almost like a cell phone. If you sorry, my apology, but if you think about something, that will send back to you about what you think in the universe.
So it's a ping, like
Yes, exactly.
you think
yes.
something, the universe recognizes that you thought something, and it will respond to your thought without any action whatsoever.
I love you. Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you're saying that thinking has some magical ability to
Impose
transcend your brain and interact with the universe absent your action. How is it that thought interacts with the universe absent action?
because your thought, your mind, your power in being yourself as a human. I think it transcends the universe to a point where it actually transcends to whatever you feel. So if you the universe is,
let's calm it down, because you're trying to tell me how thought transcends the universe, and what I really want to know is, how does thought transcend the mind? How does thought get beyond the mind absent action?
because your thought is through emotion, and emotion is through energy. Energy impacts.
Sorry, what is energy?
That's a
I'll tell you, don't feel alone if you're struggling with a quick answer. There is a reason why I have a ready background that says, what the fuck is energy?
I love you. But energy, there's like chi energy, there's a lot of energy, chakra energy, there's a lot of energy.
I could use a word. Glyphalom. And glyphalom, there's
I don't know.
There's shoe glyphalom, there's sock glyphalom, there's light glyphalom, there's air glyphalom, there's frozen glyphalom. We can get,
I don't know.
some people like their glyphalom with cream and sugar. Some people like their glyphalom, running down the street.
I'm sorry, I don't know what glyphalom is.
Exactly. So what is energy?
For me, energy may be different to you because you're saying glyphalom, which I don't know what that is. But for me, from what I know from my own experience in life, energy is imposed.
I'm sorry, energy is what?
Energy is like your experience in life. So
energy is your experience in life. How does that actually fit with the way you've been using energy up to this point?
Not even gonna think. I'm not even making me think right now.
That's the point.
Which I love. That's why I love that we're going here. But okay, so you know what the thing is ego is a very strong thing with people in like principle.
Hang on. We just
And
jumped
that's
over to
why
ego.
my ego may be impacting about what I want to say
I
because
think that, okay. I think that may be the point. Well, not the point. I'm sorry. That may
I
be
get it.
where
That may
you're
be
at.
why I like
Why it's getting
impose.
difficult to
Correct.
communicate.
Correct.
Because you want to be right. You want to be validated. And I don't think you're going to find that until you can better communicate what it is you're actually saying without using buzzwords that are all going to be called into question.
But I don't know what you're saying about lithium. What are you saying? What does that mean though?
Oh, glypholol. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Nothing. It was a gibberish word. I was trying to make the point that you were clarifying what energy was by using it over and over.
So energy for me is a matter of your own mind, of what you think of, like how you want to be, and impose that.
Energy is, the what you think, the power of your mind.
Correct. Yes. So
So-
your part of your mind, your mind is the most
Energy,
powerful thing.
sorry, I'm just clarifying. Energy
Correct.
is the power of your mind. When you say the power of your mind, what is it you're saying? What are you referring to?
I'm referring to what I was saying before about like when you want to think about something, you'll manifest that. You'll make it happen when you
Manifest.
want to. Correct.
Yeah. So
Yes.
you're saying there's a power in the mind that when you think of something, it will somehow separate from your mind through way of energy, which is the power of the mind, and that when it separates from your mind, it'll go out into the universe.
Thank you.
And yeah, you've already said this part though, that it goes out in the universe and it does things and comes back like a ping. But I asked you, like, how is it separating from your mind? And you said energy, which you now
Which is
have
different.
defined
Like,
as
I
the
got you.
power of the mind. So we're kind of in a big loop where
Kind of. I got
energy
you. Okay. I
is
got you.
the
Where you
power
go.
of the mind is energy.
So
It's not, it's not very clear what you're really saying energy is, or how it separates from the mind to interact with anything absent your
energy. Okay, I'll go this
physical
way.
action.
Energy. I'm sorry, my apology. But energy is the emotion, right? When you have emotion.
So now, what is emotion?
Emotion is what your body brings up because your mind empowers that and thinks about your principle.
What your body brings up. What does that even mean?
Your body goes through so your body goes through situations or whatever happens in your life, right?
So if you have a head cold, is that your emotion?
I love you. I got you. I got you. One sec though. Okay, when you have a head cold, probably not, because obviously there's a viral situation, so it's different.
So that's not
But-
an emotion.
That's not emotion because
Is
obviously
it
it's
energy?
blocked. No, that would not definitely be energy.
It's not energy now. Okay.
But when you're going through a situation in your life and you experience things, obviously you have emotion. Your emotion has energy.
I don't know what energy is yet.
Heartbreak. Okay, heartbreak. We have heartbreak. Okay.
Heartbreak.
Do you not have an emotion? Sorry.
What is
I
an
don't know.
emotion?
But when there's heartbreak, there's emotion. From my
What is an
experience.
emotion?
Emotion is when your body understands what you're going through and contributes to your own
Sorry,
mind.
your body understands what it's going through and contributes to your mind.
Mentally.
I'm not sure that makes any sense. What do you mean
Okay.
your body understands what it's going through and contributes to your mind? How is that an emotion?
When you lose someone per se, right? Your body and mind has to go through this, right? Some people, when they have a heartbreak, they go through it
When
mentally
you
in
lose
different
someone,
ways.
your body and mind has to go through this. And now we're just describing grief.
At this point, yeah, I guess it's kind of different. But I'm saying is,
Leave. I don't know where this conversation is going.
what I'm trying to
or
say
how
is
it's
in terms
gotten
of
to where
belief.
it is.
In terms
But
of belief, though.
I'm at a point where I do not believe that you are lucid. I don't.
Yes, I am. I am lucid. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. If I wasn't, I would tell you right now.
I know you can tell me that, but I am willing to question my lack of belief, but I am still going to act on it. I'm going to move forward. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I might be being unfair, and I'm certainly open to considering that possibility, but I don't think I can handle one more cycle of per se. I feel like sometimes we get caught up trying to sound like we know what we're saying, so that to the point we end up saying things that make it very obvious that we're just trying to sound that way. I don't know that that's what the guest is doing, and I'm not firmly adamant he was impaired. It was not sounding coherent. And I wonder if that was more about trying to impress somebody, or if that was about maybe it was nerves. See, maybe it was nerves. And maybe I just have less patience than I think I do sometimes. I'm open to that possibility. Hello, Zakuniso. Is that how you say it?
Yes, Sakuniso. You got my name right. Oh, hold on a second. I just came to tell you that you have a voice that you should get paid for. Not doing it for free on TikTok.
Well, I appreciate that. So you're not here to question your beliefs, just to pay a
No,
compliment.
no, I just want to let you know that you should. Your voice is great, and I wish I had it myself. Because if I had your voice, I wouldn't be doing stuff for free on TikTok. I'd be getting paid for it. Just kind of figure I'd let you know. But thank you for allowing me to come up. Take care. I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Zakuniso. And appreciate hearing talking. You're welcome to. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one has the Cash App or the Venmo. We also have a gift goal at the top, but that's more just to help feed the algorithm, get more people in here to question their beliefs, and of course, every little bit helps. But I am here just seeing if you can question your beliefs. So if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to shame you or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And also, thank you, 3 Pips, Fibonacci Flux, Danny Grex, Jace, and Cat the Witch. Appreciate all of you so much. I could get lost in these loot tracks. Oh, I don't think you're too late, Toad Modu. We're really just getting started. I mean, we've been at this for a little over an hour and a half, I think. Wait, no, an hour. I was about a half hour late. So yeah, we're really just getting started. Got hours to go before I sleep. Right. It is kind of the beginning side of it all. You haven't missed much. We've had 3 guests. 2. Yeah, really 2. Got plenty of rest, and plenty of blueberry coffee, and plenty of questions. So now all I need is a believer, I guess. A believer in a God or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. We might try again later, Toad Modu. That might be an idea. We always have more questions. I think if I recall correctly, I recognized that you are still questioning and have. We had kind of run the course of the conversation. And sometimes when that happens, if I keep pushing, if I question more, then, well, we get a reaction we don't necessarily want. So I think that's why we ended the conversation the other day. It's not that I'm out of questions. We could probably question more. But I am, at the beginning of the live especially, eager to hear from new voices. So I do want to know if there's anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, who hasn't questioned before and is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I saw that, Kira. I did catch you and a few of your guests singing songs before I launched the live. So it was a pleasant way to start my evening. Thank you for that. Exactly, Girl Gnarly. You've got the right idea. Many of us who've been questioned before, want to be questioned daily. Sometimes it can be addictive. But it does help to step back and watch someone else take the questions and see where they go. Sometimes that can help us to question ourselves a little better. But thank you, Dancing in Duality, for helping with that goal. Appreciate you. Here, I think we'll take advantage of one of those Valentine's ones while they're available. always take the adorable ones away from us after the holiday. So, yeah, that's the right one, Dancing in Duality. That's the number I picked. Our first guest, who accused me of partaking because of my questions. Because I asked what quantum was. Oh no, you didn't, Togemogu. I just, I err on the side of caution sometimes. So you are welcome up here again, of course. And if you're feeling particularly questioning in your beliefs, then we certainly can see where the questions take us. I didn't mean to discourage you at all. I look forward to it. I really do. I understand where you're coming from as well. Leave my name out. At least I think I do. There's just a certain amount of, and perhaps it is ego and accusatory, but it could be a little bit of pride getting in the way of our conversation. And who knows, maybe another time it'll seem different in the conversation and we'll be able to explore further. But I do encourage you to keep asking questions, and that goes for everybody. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then you should join me up here and see just really how much you can question your beliefs. I'm not looking to debate you. I'm not looking to tear you down. I don't find that very entertaining or engaging. I don't find it productive at all. So, perhaps if you are looking for a more productive and exploratory conversation about your beliefs, then this might be the kind of conversation you're looking for. If you're looking to best someone, to win points, or impress anyone with your loquacious verbiage, then I think it might be best to watch and see how these conversations should unfold. Well, should. That implies that I have an intention. And I do. test your critical thinking. Your self-analysis. I don't think it's to test your conviction. I wonder if that's being tested as well, though. Hello, Ezio. Hope you're having a great night. I don't think bathing works that way, Girl Gnarly. That would be a twice proxy bath. Somebody's gonna end up really stinky by the end. But I can question that. I wonder if everybody watching can question their beliefs. I wonder if there's anybody watching who even has a belief. Is that where we're at? Are we all believerless? Unbelievers? Thank you, Bree. Or B. Oh, we lost the music. There it is.
Grandma says we're chosen. Teacher says we're dust. Preacher shakes his finger. Both of them want trust. Candles on the altar. Charts up on the wall. Everybody's certain like they got God on call. I question everything. Everything. Every halo. Every ring. Every story. Polished clean about where we're from. Where we're going when we're gone. Sing along but sing it wrong. If you're sure then something's off. I question everything. Uncle swears by karma. Friend swears it's just math. One hand holds a Bible, one hand holds a grab. Mother lights the incense, father checks his phone. Each has sacred language, each afraid to stand alone. I question everything. Everything, every blessing, every sting, every promise carved in ink about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. If your map is iron strong, show me where the doubts belong, 'cause I question everything. Is it spirits, is it sparks, is it stories in the dark, is it cycles, is it sleep, is it nothing wide and deep? If your answer never shakes, what if that's your biggest fate? If your faith can never bend, how will anything transcend? I question everything, everything, every crown and every king, every final word they bring about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. Love you still, but I'm along with the crooked, curious tongue. Yeah, I question everything. Pass the wine, pass the prayer, pass the torch, I'll meet you there. Not in certain rigid stone, but in maybe flesh and bone.
Hello, Liquid. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Liquid Luck. Did you mean to join? Okay, I'm gonna guess not. If you meant to join, you can always request backup. That is, of course, if you can question your beliefs. And if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on that. I won't be looking for a debate. I'm not here to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Barfing Toaster, are you saying that the devil is a spice, an herb? Or are you saying the devil is a flavor of pickle? Is the spice that cucumbers fall for? Cucumbers. I just thought I would unmute to share all of my boisterous laughter from Girl Gnarly's hilarious joke. To share his laughter shared. Oh my. Yeah, I know it's a biblical thing, but just for the sake of chat, ECO, I'm just gonna remove that one. You still have privilege. It just remove to that. Yeah, that comment for the sake of the live. But that, it is biblical. It's there. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, god or god, then go ahead and request on up. No, it was just on up. This was just enough that it could, I think, potentially trigger some sensibilities. And I'd rather just be safe than sorry. Let's be Pluto God 333 Reborn 369. I don't think you're presenting a very believable belief, and E3 belief, and yeah. I think maybe if you thought it through a little more, you could make it funny. Like Miyaka just did. And now you just seem in code. And that's fine. I hope you enjoy God or parent. But if anybody watching has a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to burgle the God. I'm not here to tear you down or make you look like a fool. Although you may do that on your own. I really am just looking to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? What is it? It's not my fault, Morgan. Sometimes they tend to make themselves look like fools. But I'm not trying to. I'm not trying. Well, what a very concise name. They are talking about the invasion of the Ninja Turtles and how clearly because they eat pizza, um, they're real or something like that. I don't think there's enough turtle power in the explanation to sufficiently compel me to believe they even believe it. Hello, Aspie.
What up, man?
The speaker back very loudly, like you might as well be holding the speaker up to the microphone, and so I'm muting you loudly that I don't have to hear myself back. It also sounds like you're listening to or watching some Saturday morning cartoons that are extremely loud. So if you'd like to find a quiet place and get some headphones, you're welcome to try again. The only thing that I'm actually wanting to question about what you're saying there, Pluto, is why are you spending so much time around playgrounds and schools? I think maybe it's proper to question about what you're on playgrounds and schools. Maybe. So I'm guessing that nobody has a belief in gods or higher powers or Ninja Turtles, apparently. But if you do have some kind of belief in ghosts or afterlife or gods, and you can question that belief, then then go ahead and request it. I noticed that too, Ghostbane. Maybe I should cut out the music and use one of the really old, terrible backgrounds. And let people scream at each other. I think that encourages more people to request a pool. Because I don't know that I'm necessarily missing the quantity. Though I do like having guests. It's great when we actually get somebody who's courageous enough. I don't know if it's the production value or if it's... something I'm doing. I'm willing to question that. These last couple weeks. Could be Ghostbane. Very well could be. Could be the day, Miyaka. Could be. I will persist. I keep asking the questions. And who knows? Maybe our next guest will be someone who is courageous enough to question their beliefs. Hello, Jacob. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, sir, 32.
And this.
Yes, sir, 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything? Power.
Jesus Christ.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yep, multiple times.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Not all. And I think I question everything, especially in the Old Testament.
So,
And the New.
Can you give me an example of a story you question in the Old Testament? Something that seems like it might not be true. A story.
So now that I know, in recent, in the past year or so, I honestly question whether or not the God in the Old Testament is even the same, Almighty, Father God of, the New Testament. Knowing that they call him, well, we know that he's called Yahweh in the Old Testament, and then we know that he comes out of a Canaanite pantheon. He's called deities and gods out of that time, and there's El Elyon, which would have been the Most High, and knowing that it is in fact written by humans,
You wonder if the God of the Old Testament is even the gods, or just if it is even the same God.
So I believe in a higher power due to subjective experiences. When I search for truth in something that would be what I would believe to say like all good, it brings me to Jesus Christ. And then that's where the questions start opening up from there.
Okay, so you're saying you believe in God because of subjective experience. Something that you've experienced convinces you or compels you to believe a God exists.
Yes.
What is that?
The specific experiences?
Is it multiple experiences?
Yeah, I believe that it was multiple experiences that I'm trying to, the best I could sum it up with that, it made my entire life make sense.
Sorry, certain experiences made your entire life make sense. What does that mean?
Entire growing up and just like taught, it was, as many people will also proclaim it, a lot of hardships and stuff, and a lot of basically times in my life where I was like, I mean, I've had times honestly when I was wanted to unalive myself many times, and I just never did. And I was always like, yeah, it'll get better, this will pass, yada yada. And then I also struggled with what the what I would this was over a decade ago, was like it was Asperger's at the time, and now it's something on the spectrum, of course, but I never fit in really, so to say. Mind's always racing like crazy, and the world not making sense, so to say, because as I look around, I'm like, why are we doing so many like just redundant or idiotic things that don't have any practical sense to them, so to say. And then yeah, and then I had some experiences that made me say, all right, so there's a higher power. I actually built a successful business thinking of the law of attraction, and then like just as a higher power. I actually built a successful business thinking of the law of attraction, and then
Okay,
intelligent being at play.
let's slow down. I apologize. I'm getting lost in the verbal tick. This, so to say, is making it difficult to follow, and that might be my fault. Just getting hung up on that. So
Probably mine, honestly.
I'm sorry. What?
So it's probably my fault. It's a very difficult thing to explain, honestly.
Okay. Well, you say that there's multiple experiences through your life, and that you've built a successful business on the power of attraction, or something like that. Law of attraction. Don't know what compels you to believe that there is a law of attraction, or that there are higher powers. You said something made your. What about
Yeah.
anything implies a higher power?
So I would say that once I did build the business and I had the money and I was buying stuff, I just was still not happy. And it was always like searching for that missing thing. I was like, well, what is it going to take to make me happy? Yada, yada. Uh, and then after this stuff happened, I realized what I believe is because we're not really of this world, so to say. So these material things are not
So let's stop
really of
there. What
us.
do you mean, we're not of this world? What does that mean?
So like going into the Bible, it says, like the world is the God of this world would be Satan, so to say, and
Sorry, where does it say that?
or maybe the prince of this world says it. I'm not even sure, honestly. I don't have a book and I don't have a near me, but it says that he gave dominion, I think, of this world. It's phrased, and then other translations will say God, this world.
I'm not sure what you're saying there. You said you've read the Bible multiple times, but you're not sure where it says that Satan is the god of this world. You believe in Jesus as your Lord and Savior.
Yes, and I
What
don't
does that
believe
mean?
that. Well, so I don't know. I'm trying to explain. I don't know. Trying to explain things of the nature that don't really make a whole lot
Right.
of
So
sense.
instead of
I
trying to
understand that.
explain thoughts you're already having, hear the questions and try to answer those. So what does it mean that Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
I believe, as the story goes, that he was unalived, and I do believe that there is like a salvation, and I believe that there is something after this life for
What is
some.
salvation? What is that?
Basically being fit to go to this creator.
Being fit to go to this Creator.
Yeah, being,
What does that
of the
mean?
nature, or trying to become, or trying to be the nature basically of, what Jesus was, which was, you know, good, so to say, to sum it up very vaguely and simply.
So you believe Jesus is your Savior because he's good and you're supposed to try to be like him?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, wisdom, and I think that his teachings are still viable today.
Do you believe that he died and resurrected and that he did this for you, for your sins?
Ye- Yeah, yeah, I do.
Why?
Um, hmm. So, so I would say in my experience of the world would be that be around me a lot of negative things, and I would say that his teachings go in opposition and actually can explain a lot of why we see a lot of negative things.
Why do you believe that he resurrected?
Because if he didn't, the whole story would fall apart. And also the fact that the entities that be, like the evil, so to say, of this world, seems to focus, either not focus and ignore him, or focus on mocking one person. Because there's been one person in history that everybody knows the name of, and it seems like all religions
So you're
focus
saying
around
everybody
him.
knows the name of. It's interesting the strange apologetic talking points you're using to not really answer the question. Why do you believe he resurrected?
I mean, the witness accounts of it that are, spoken of in the gospel and such, and then
Which
there,
witness accounts?
the witnesses that attested in like the gospels. Obviously,
Which
I know the gospels
witnesses?
were not written by that person, but enough witnesses to obviously start, a movement that led to.
Which witnesses?
I mean, there was some. I think Josephus wrote about him as well, and Flavius. I forget what the rest of, however that's pronounced, or what the rest of it is. I forget.
Flavius is Josephus. So, which witnesses were you talking about? Josephus wasn't a witness, was he?
Well, no, Josephus was not a witness, but I think he just
Okay.
speaks of him.
So, people talk about him. What reason do you have to believe that he resurrected? Was the question.
Well, people were unalived for it, believed it.
People were unalived for believing a thing. How does that make the thing true?
It doesn't necessarily make it true.
So, why is it that you believe he was resurrected?
Because so he is the one figure, I guess, that made sense of what I've experienced, and so I go along with the story.
I'm not quite sure I understand. So because his story makes sense to you, then therefore you believe the resurrection, the claims of divinity. What? Is there any actual reason that you believe in the resurrection?
So I think there's enough historical evidence they would come in.
What evidence that he was crucified?
Well, just knowing that most theologians and historians will agree that Jesus Christ did in fact exist and was unalive by
Based
Roman
on what?
crucifixion.
You say most
The
would
first,
agree.
yeah, I mean, I could get like a computer and like pull up the names of these people, but
Right, but based on what? What would they agree based on? What are they saying?
the accounts via Roman historicity and the historical accounts of that, the
Which accounts of
Gospels and
Roman historicity are you saying? What Roman
I mean,
accounts?
like go on the computer and look at names. I don't have a terrible memory to begin with.
You're welcome to look it up, but the questions are like what it is that causes you to believe it, right? I'm not looking for you to prove the existence of Jesus. I'm not a mythicist trying to debate you. I'm just asking why you believe that he was crucified and resurrected.
I mean, so yeah, my belief is going to come back to the subjective experiences. Again, him fitting. I looked for an all good entity, basically.
You look
All
for
of the
an
religions.
all-good entity and somehow settled on Jesus.
Yes, absolutely.
So you see no flaws in Jesus' character or anything that he does, any action taken.
No.
I feel like I've asked you this. You've read the Bible, right? All the way through.
Yep.
And you see no flaws in anything Jesus says or does.
No.
Did you read Matthew 15?
15. Oh, should have a book near me now. Oh. Is this where he's yelling at the Pharisees? Somewhere around in there it happened.
Well, there is part of the beginning of Matthew 15. He does yell at them about not stoning their children anymore. But no, it would be later when he speaks to the Canaanite woman.
Oh, that we called her a dog.
Yes. Do you see no flaws in his behaviors?
I honestly, I'm not even sure, exactly what was going on. I know that I did do some deep diving on that. I just forget the exact reason why he called this Canaanite woman a dog. Like, again, this is all just I believe because I believe. See, but so I don't really. I stopped studying the Bible once I had, my questions answered enough to solidify.
You stopped asking questions. Why?
So I stopped questioning Jesus much, and now I really started questioning the Old Testament, the Old Testament, and the nature of Yahweh.
I'm sorry. I missed your response there. I said, why did you stop questioning? And you mentioned something about Yahweh.
Oh yeah, my fault. I said I stopped really digging into Jesus so much as I did. I really started digging into Yahweh and the nature of Him.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs in Jesus are true or not?
Mm. Does it matter to me? Yes, but until I would find something else that would fit, or another entity, so to say, or
You have to
whatever it may
replace
be.
Jesus in order to disprove or disbelieve.
Um, so for me, who is, I'm dead set, like beyond belief. To me, it's a fact that there is, in fact, a higher power, so to say. Um, so yeah, I mean, what I did. I don't know if it's called like a universalist or what it would be, but I did for a little bit of time just believe that the universe and positive and negative energy was kind of the answer.
Okay, why do you believe that you say that it's a knowing that there isn't a higher power? Why do you believe that? What compels that belief?
So like my experience, when I was to take building up my business, for instance, when I was building that, one of the things obviously I think most people would worry about would be not getting business. It was a construction. I just noticed it was time and time again when it was like I went out, I just completely left, didn't have anything going for me, honestly, other than I knew how to build stuff. Every time I needed like money to continue and or I was about out, bills were due, so to say, it's the phone rang without me doing anything, but it just never like it would do that month after month. And I was like, okay, so this is odd, but I did have good intent in it. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then I started to realize when I went into something with maybe like not pure intentions or something of that nature, like it was kind of I don't know, like almost punished in a way, but it was less favorable. I
Right.
mean,
So you're saying that when you did things with good intention and worked at a skill that you had learned, that things worked out favorably, and when you did things without good intention, things did not go favorably, and so because of that, then therefore there must be a higher power. I'm not sure I follow how that gets to the higher power.
yeah, and it was so it was more so of me. There were a couple times it happening. I didn't worry about it, think about it, and was like, I don't know, I just didn't worry at all. And then I was able, like, through that not worrying, so to say, or believing that there was something like behind me that would kind of take care of me and keep going because felt like I was on the right path. I mean, it's almost like it kind of built itself in a way, and then I got to the point where I did have the money and all the materialistic things I was thought was going to make me happy.
Yeah, we
No,
already
didn't
went
do
over
it.
this part and it didn't make you happy. So God somehow provided and made your business successful only to not make you happy. I'm not
I
sure
just,
I follow how that in any way evidences a God.
yeah, so I think it was more along the lines of basically like a lesson, so to say, of like stop chasing materialistic things, which that's
By
a pretty basic
providing you,
lesson.
so the lesson in your eyes from gaining materialistic things and not being happy about it is to stop chasing materialistic things. And this is the way God teaches you.
Yeah, I mean, I believe so. And then everything,
So
again, even relationship issues and
I'm curious about something based on what you were saying earlier. Every time you were needing to meet the bills, you were running out of money, you said the phone would ring. How many times when the phone rang was it God?
I mean, obviously, probably like on the other end of the line, 0.
So why would you give God credit for all the people that we're calling? And I'll thank Darth gently for that question over on YouTube. Thank you, Darth.
I would say because it was an odd thing for a new construction company, so it's a very crowded, obviously, place to build a business in, and 0 advertising, attempt to even advertise or anything. And it would just be like, it would be somebody random from, "Oh, this person referred me to you 2.5 years ago." And this is always the timing was just,
So based on your previous work, other humans called you to get more work because
yeah.
you were in a business that
Yep.
people needed. I'm not sure I'm understanding how that indicates a god, Jacob. I think if you were in like a niche business and, you know, you were conveniently receiving business just enough to keep the lights on until finally, finding some modicum of success, even that, I don't think would indicate any kind of higher power or God. I'm not sure how you do. How does that show you that there's a God involved?
Oh, I mean, to explain everything, I guess, so to say, would just be, it would take
Oh, wow.
wherever.
Thank you, Shell. That was beautiful.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's why I don't really like talking too much about the subjective stuff because I don't know if it's like a helpful nature. So I kind of came up here just because it looked like we needed somebody up here.
I appreciate
Oh.
that charity.
No, I didn't
Jacob.
mean it like that.
No, I appreciate you. You've been open and honest and more lucid-minded, at least, than most of the previous guests. I do appreciate you, but I'm curious if you can question this belief. Is the existence of a God something that you could question?
And I mean, I still do. I still do question it. I think as humans, we kind of everything. I would say even like atheists and hardcore people that believe that there is absolutely no chance of it. I think whether consciously or not, they're still searching in a way because what value would it bring to kind of discuss it? I think everybody in subconsciously or consciously kind of wants there to be maybe more.
Why do you want there to be more?
But honestly, to make a little sense out of this world, because I find it to be confusing, and sometimes when I look at the nature of man and what we've done, and even where we are now, well, actually, especially where we are now, it's like why, like as people, like why do we do? Is there something that can get us, or something that might be better than this reality sometimes?
So you want for a God so that there can be a better experience than this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, me personally, for sure. I mean, like I said, I've never found like actual happiness really in this world. So it's like this place. I always say it pretty flat out. I'm like, this place kind of sucks. So it'd be, or something makes sense of it anyway, or why it's like this. But I do want to like.
Do
It
you
seems like
think,
man almost can't help them.
sorry, do you think, Jacob, that that there is an eternal afterlife?
Yeah, I don't picture like heaven or hell or anything like it. I don't. It's like Dante's Inferno, and I don't like some
Is that what your
like
belief in,
asshole.
right? Is that what your belief in God is rooted in? Is desire for an afterlife? Something better than this?
No, I'm like honestly, I'm cool with it being just darkness and nothing, or if there is some place better, then so be it.
Which do you think is more likely, darkness and nothing, or some place better?
Well, I was unalived twice in my life for one time for 3 minutes, one time for six, and I can tell you, it was just darkness, nothingness. So either one, I'm fine with, and I think it is more likely that I think it is more likely that there is more that we are eternal beings, so to say. Really got into dabbling in the Bible and then going to Egypt and thinking about like it's a recycling factor until we all make it through.
Very interesting. Why? Why do you think it's more likely that we are eternal beings than that there is an end?
So I think kind of like the what points me to the eternal beings that could be rooted in say want like just the basic want for there to be more, if that makes sense. And I think that's honestly even myself as like you just say Christian, whatever. I think that's why a lot of believers, so to say, do believe just because they simply don't want there to be an end.
Is that where you think your belief is really rooted? Is in a
No, I think that's more where my belief in like the whole thing that has me pondering about. So if God loves, which God does not say he loves everybody, but if God was going to create something and did want everything to enter this kingdom, so to say, other than things that are bad, maybe. And then you look at like Egypt, where it's like there's a break almost, like with there's some weird things I guess that we can't explain. Sorry about our past. That maybe it's just is a loop and kind of like filtering through everybody until we all make it.
It's interesting to hear the contrast of your belief. I wonder if you hear it.
I know it's all over the place, isn't it?
Well, you you have a belief in a personal God who's guided you and intervened in your life and made things better for you, and yet he is nearly indifferent. There may not be an afterlife. There's the the question of whether or not he's benevolent at all, or even exists. And yet he's guiding you through your life and building your business to teach you that material things are less important somehow. Like, how does that God coexist with himself in the way that you believe him to exist?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is like, can you question your beliefs? I think I question mine. I think a little too much. I'm all over the place. But I built a whole business. I didn't even know actually. I just only knew the name Jesus. I had no idea what any of it even was. Never read the Bible, but I read the Bible and I actually got rid of all of it. I sold the business. I don't have any more, but I'm actually.
I'm wondering, Jacob, does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Yeah, for sure. I think. Yeah, absolutely it does, of course, because that's where,
If there are
some of the foundation is.
contradictions within the text, does that affect your belief in any way, your certainty of its truth?
No, I mean, like I could find contradictions in it, and I could point out plenty of places where the translations altered it to suit a narrative of the time, like even King James especially. But I think out of all the translations I've read, the story is linear, and it's for for the means of which the Bible was written and created. I think kind of divinely inspired, as they say, considering how man can't, like, you can't put 20 people in a room and have them and tell them the same thing and have them the just the nature of the Bible itself, I think, is
So,
pretty remarkable.
do you think that it was just written piece by piece over centuries and happens to coincide, or do you not think it could have been orchestrated and edited?
So I mean, we could, like, I can see where it's been altered along its time, but like then you see something like the scroll of Isaiah, and we obviously in the Dead Sea Scrolls discovered another scroll of Isaiah, and it's identical, and there's substantial.
What does the
It's a,
scroll of Isaiah do for your belief? I'm not sure I'm understanding.
I mean, it's in the Old Testament, sure, but it just goes to show that there is signs that these texts, at least in the Old Testament, went
There.
unaltered, so to say.
Okay. So because the scrolls match and the story from Isaiah at least carried on. I'm not sure I understand what does that do to verify the truth of the Bible.
I think the whole story, though, one, like, if I looked at the story as a whole, one thing I got out of it is that this creator tends to kind of destroy us every time we try to play God. I think we honestly, like, I think we see it today.
I'm sorry, what do you mean this creator tries to destroy us when we play God? What do you mean?
Um, so, like, you take, I mean, the Tower of Babel, for instance, he didn't destroy us then, but he, you know, knocked us around saying, stop doing that. In layman's terms, there's a flood. Like, that was all because of evil. And then the fact of, like, Jesus 2,000 years ago condemned he damned a certain people to hell, and he said, they're fathers of Satan and whatnot. And we see today that it is, in fact, the same people doing the same thing that he was flipping tables for. So
I'm
it seems
sorry,
like it's pretty coherent.
back up. What fact?
What was that? I'm sorry.
You said fact a whole bunch in there, as both sides is pointing out. Do you believe all the stories of the Bible to be factual and true? Because I think I asked you at the beginning, and you kind of said no.
I don't take all the stories literally.
Do you believe the 6-day creation?
I don't take it for actual 6 days. This story of the creation in the Bible, I do, just because there's other, like, if you go back to Samaria, the Sumerian tablets and stuff, they kind of
I'm sorry, the Sumerian
living.
tablets. What do those have to do with the 6 days of creation?
I was just gonna say about they, like, that has like the Gilgamesh story in it, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it matches with like Moses of the Bible. not matches, but it's pretty close. So it's like
No,
there's some truth
Noah. You
in
mean Noah?
oh yeah, yeah. My bad. But like there's
So that's
throughout
not the
these ancient
creation story, right?
civilizations.
Neither of those are the creation story, Gilgamesh or Noah. So, isn't the creation story of the Sumerians the 7 tablets of creation, right? Which doesn't match with the days of creation outlined in the Bible. So, why do you believe the biblical story of creation, or do you?
Yeah, I do. I do believe it, and
So,
it's
six
just
days created in a particular order.
yeah, it's but I don't know. I'm not sure
So,
if it's meant to be six like literal 6 days.
I see. So, six something else days.
Yeah,
So,
it could be a
God
thousand
days.
years apiece. It could be more.
Okay, so 1,000 years of peace. So you'd have like a 1,000 years of God creating light, and 1,000 years of God creating a firmament, and then 1,000 years of God creating plants, and then 1,000 years of God creating a sun and a moon. That's a long time for the plants to go without that. And then 1,000 years of animals, and then 1,000 years of creating humans, right? Well, just two. So 1,000 year God days.
Possibly. Like I said, I don't. Who am I? How do I? Was not there.
And then 1,000 years of rest, I suppose, at the end.
Would like 1,000 years of rest.
So interesting. So he makes things in this particular order in Genesis 1. Does it matter to you if the order's different in Genesis 2?
Such as
Putting man before plants. Before the plants, he makes a man. Then he makes a garden, and then he makes the animals, and then he makes the woman.
I don't know if it. I don't know, does it really change? I never really, honestly, I didn't. I never really caught on to that. I've read Genesis actually, how many times?
If the order does change, does that call into question the truth of the story, either of them?
Well, mostly kind of. So, fortunately, with the Bible, yeah, the Bible is like I say the Bible is like the greatest lawyer because there's always a loophole then to justify. Makes sense. I'm just not one of the people that's like I don't really like to say the word context 100 times.
If there's always a loophole to justify something, does that make it more true, or does it
Maybe
seem like it was perhaps designed to be vague?
I would say that the Bible is if you believe, then it's going to be the perfect book, and if you don't believe, then yes, you'd be able to pick it apart.
Why do you believe it?
Well, just the nature of it, and like I said, how it's put together and it's held up this long. The fact most like it covers. So when I say it covers everything, I mean like people be like, oh well, what if you didn't? What if you've never read the book? Then what? You just go to hell? And no, it talks about that, and
Does it?
there's
Where
yeah,
does it talk about
absolutely.
that?
I think it's the first chapter of Romans. No
It
matter
talks
what, you'll
about
be judged.
it
I'd
talks
say,
about
yeah,
what
no matter what,
happens
you'll
if
be
you never
judged.
accept or hear of Jesus.
Yeah, it says that, God wrote it on, God wrote his morals into us, basically. So you'll just be judged off of your time here on Earth accordingly.
How do you know God wrote his morals into us?
Who says so?
Because the book says so.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people do share like common morals. I think obviously they're
What is moral?
subjective. Our understanding of what good and bad would be.
Our understanding of what
Yeah.
good and bad should be.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I don't know what the actual definition, so to say, of morals would be, or morality.
So if morality is our understanding of what good and bad should be, what does that have to do with God? It's our understanding.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's just that we all share it, and I only reference this simply because, like,
You say
again,
we
the Bible
all
at
share
least.
it, but have you looked into other moral codexes, other moral systems, other ethical frameworks? Are you sure that we share morals?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the vast majority of humans would say, like, or something a baby would be not good. I'm sorry, like the little gray area that we fight with day to day, I say, is obviously very subjective. Like I'm like the extreme, like not objective, you know, where some would make a claim that they're objective, which would be like, murder.
Are there not societies where things that we might consider objectively bad, or you might consider objectively bad, are not considered bad? And the things like murder would be things that are detrimental for a society to even function. So of course they would be.
Yeah, I or I mean, and then that's when you can go back and you could just say, well, evolution would train us for these same extremes of morality. One thing I've kind of come to the conclusion of is, and it may be because I came to this belief first before reading any of this stuff. I used to just think everybody like this stuff was just crazy, and then went into it where I think is if you go into it, I think it's too much of like a confirmation bias or like evidence, so to say, and you know, the God of the Bible and Jesus. I don't think you would I don't think you would come to that conclusion with just your evidence. I think it's your will to kind of want that. Also, he's not. He just hates some people, and they're not going to get it.
He just hates some people.
Yeah, the people. So it's like you always hear like Christians say like, "Oh, God loves everybody." Well, no, he actually does not. He tells you he does not. Oh, I'm not sure if it's like I don't know. I'm not God. I don't know if it's like a predetermined thing, and then like or what. Honestly,
Are
I have
you a
no idea.
Calvinist?
What is it? Is the Calvinists like they're the ones that think everything's predetermined, or
That everybody is already chosen, elect.
to think about that? I didn't. I always hear that term. Never really looked into what it means, but in a way, if the God of the Bible is, operating outside, then he knows everything. Well, in a way, yeah, that's the only way that makes sense. Or you'd have to go with a God
Is
or
a
a
God
deity
that
that.
is a God that is creating people just to be tortured as examples to others who have no choice but to do what they will do. Does that even make sense? How does that follow? Like, why would he create others to be tortured as examples if they are the ones being shown the example can't make any other choice than the one they will make. What sense does that make?
Recycle theory. See, that's actually that thinking, questioning that is what brought me to this. Well, maybe it's a loop, and we all make it in one life or another. But yeah,
How
I don't
does
have an
that
answer
even
for that.
follow?
Yeah, that's just me questioning and then diving around and searching. I do that, but I don't actually have an answer for that. You know.
I guess I'm just not seeing what about this belief in a God actually makes sense to you.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and absolutely, don't get me wrong. Like people would talk to me like this, or and I would just feel like, "Are you okay?" So that's why I'm not like, not want to preach for people or whatever, because it does sound irrational. That to me, it sounds rational and makes sense. So here we are. You're saying that about the high 60 views. You want me to start saying some wild stuff?
No. I think we're going to move on, Jacob. I appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely. Hey, take care.
It seems like you're questioning. I wonder where our questions would go another time after you've had time to kind of digest this conversation. But
Hey, maybe I'll hop back on at some point. But yeah, I hope you have a good night.
You too, Jacob. Hope you keep asking questions. Interesting. So to say. If anybody does have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Welcome back, God Provides.
Thank you so much.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm in my mid-30s.
And do you have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which God do you believe in?
I believe in multiple gods, actually.
Which multiple gods?
So there's the Elohim of Elohim, and then there's the Elohim that Elohim is over, but it exists in a oneness.
Is this where we started last time?
Pretty close, except we got to the aliens quicker.
So Colossians 1 states that the Elohim of Elohim created Christ, and then everything else was created through Christ, in my opinion, of Colossians chapter 1, verse 15.
Colossians 1.
Yes. Colossians chapter 1, verse 15 through 20 is one of my favorite passages in the Bible.
I'm glad that we're starting here again with your opinion means that must be true. I tried to ask you this several times last night. Why do you think that?
It's because I think I'm convinced in idealism. So for me, I believe that the creator's idealistic. That's what I believe. But I'm willing to question it for sure, because I had to question. Yeah, go ahead.
That's fine. That's what you believe. But what I'm trying to get at here more is anytime you start telling us about a part of this belief, you say, this is what I looked at, and this is the conclusion I came to, and because this is the conclusion I came to, that is the case. That is what it is. And that's what I'm confused.
The Bible puts out ideas, and then I look at Earth. So Earth is my evidence, basically. So I have the Bible gives, in my opinion, theories, and then the Earth gives evidence, and then I see if those match, and if they match well, then I say, okay, this makes sense. So I see if it makes sense or not. Like a scientist does experiments.
How reliable is it to use your own understanding of things that you don't know or understand to determine truth?
That is a great question, but I'm at the point where I don't think I can trust other humans, to be honest. So I have to do the experiments myself.
How well versed are you in how to do a reliable experiment?
Well, I've always liked science, so I understand the whole, hypothesis, and then carry out the experiment and then see what you get. But you're right. I'm not like a super scientist, but
So how reliable is it to lean on your own understanding, to rely on your methodology to determine truth?
that's a great point. I would say the more experiments I do, the more reliable it is, right? So
how do you know that your experiments are not biased and flawed?
Okay, so that is a great point. I'm doing my best to make better and better experiments, but I am trying to do better and better experiments over time, because I understand the better the experiment is, the more people I could help theoretically.
I'm gonna relent and lay off for a moment, because you did a really good job just now, and I really appreciate that. Sorry for interrupting, Thrayle.
Oh, I appreciate you too.
How dare you interrupt? He was just telling me about how Colossians 1:15 and 16. What was it?
1:15 through 20.
1:15 through 20.
Yes.
How it does what now?
Okay, so the interesting thing is, it says that so there's the Heavenly Father, Elohim of the Elohim, and then the firstborn of creation is Christ.
Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature?
Yes, so I put Christ in the creation category because he's the firstborn of all creation, according to Colossians 1:15. But this is a very controversial verse for Christians, actually.
Why is that?
Oh, because, see, I believe that when God creates the Heavenly Father, that Christ is a part of that being. So I believe that Christ eternally existed. It's just that the Elohim of Elohim is taking a new form through the creation, if that makes sense. It's like Elohim and the Elohim of Elohim is pouring himself into the new creation, if that makes sense.
Pouring himself into what new creation?
Christ. So
where does it say that?
It is my interpretation, to be honest, of how, like, for example,
it doesn't say anything quite like that, does it?
It is my interpretation based off of how when Adam became alive, God breathed into Adam, and that's how God became alive. So I'm just connecting different dots together. But you're right. Colossians there
Who
doesn't
wrote
refer
Colossians?
to that. Paul did.
How do you know that?
It is true that they debate some books of the Bible who wrote it, but it's pretty widely believed that Paul wrote Colossians.
Why?
Well, usually when Paul writes books, it's like, I, Paul, the belief that Paul is writing to different groups. So in this instance, it seems it's a letter from Paul to the Colossians. That's how it's set up to be, in my opinion. Like Colossians 1:1 says, Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ by the will of God, right?
Have you ever looked into the disputed letters of Paul?
Can you repeat that? The dispute of what?
The disputed letters of Paul.
I have not, but I will also say that
So you said it's widely believed that Paul wrote Colossians, right?
Yes.
Have you actually looked into that claim?
So to answer your question, I believe that First Enoch should be part of the Bible, but I was not at that council meeting.
We talked about that yesterday. That was not part of what I'm asking now. I'm asking about Colossians specifically.
No, I have not looked into the council meeting of why they decided.
I wasn't talking about the council meeting of why they decided. I'm talking about whether or not there are letters attributed to Paul that are likely not written by the same person that wrote the letters that, well, the majority of the letters that are attributed to Paul. There are 6 in dispute.
I have not looked into those in particular, but I may get to that at some point because I do find this very fascinating.
One of them is Colossians.
Wow.
Ephesians, Colossians, 2nd Thessalonians, 1st and 2nd Timothy, and Titus.
Wow. Ephesians is very beloved. That's also one of my favorites, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Ephesians and Colossians have a lot in common.
So if you looked into it and discovered that Paul, if there was a Paul, that's a whole other thing you might look into. But if you were to look into it and find that the person known as Paul did not write Colossians, then would that alter your belief that this is somehow the Word of God?
That is a great question. So, I believe that
whose authority would it be, right? Who would be the prophet or supposed
So for me,
conveyor?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
It's all right, I pause. I was just saying who would be the conveyor of this information.
Yeah, so for me, I'm just looking for like heavenly wisdom. Like, I believe that heavenly wisdom speaks for itself. So for me, if something sounds super enlightened, I believe it comes from heaven. That's how I take it, to be honest.
Super enlightened. What is your definition of super enlightened?
So, to be honest, in 1 John, it says that you have no need of a teacher because the Spirit that is in Christ teaches you all things. Also, that the Holy Spirit...
Why do you believe that?
To be honest, I get the sense of that Earth is like a video game, and so it makes sense that each person would have access to the truth. That is my belief. That's what I'm convinced.
It makes sense that each person would have access to the truth, you say?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So, if you look at video games, there's a lot of like free access stuff. There's stuff that you can do for free, and like prayer is free, fasting is free, meditation is free. And
I'm sorry. Just to understand, why do you assume that life is like a video game?
Why do I assume that life is like a video game? I would say it feels like it. There's rewards, there's ways you can level up, and then there's like the afterlife where you have like a life review, and it's kind of like you find out the high score and stuff.
Why do you think that life is like a video game? You're just describing more of the layout of what happens. Why do you believe this?
Why do I believe this? Well, so for me, the Bible is constantly talking about like raising your stats, like increase your peace, increase your faith so that you can deal with this kind of level demon. And so it's like, okay, I got to level up my stats to deal with that boss. It feels like Dungeons and Dragons or something. Pokemon.
In what way does that make it seem like it would be more true? Doesn't that make it seem like it should be then the mental musings of ancient people trying to keep themselves entertained?
Well, if I look at Earth to me looks quite like a mess, but it's like an organized mess. And the Bible says that
organized mess.
Well, there's lots of good and there's lots of evil.
There's lots of it. In what way is it organized?
Well, it feels like a movie to me. And then so I say there must be a director.
It feels like a movie to you, so there must be a director.
Yep.
So this is based entirely on your perception, your perspective, your privileged point of view where you get to live to the next day to see the next scene of the movie.
Yeah, let's circle right back around to the thing we just talked about, you and I just talked about.
Sure.
No, I was just saying, think about what I said to you. Like this, we're right back to, I think that this is the way things are, so this must be the way things are.
Oh, I understand. So God said that he designed the earth and he's looking for faith. So I think, and I question, okay, this is where I question it. Like if God was a psychologist, if I was in the Father's shoes, right, and I'm designing this simulation world or whatever you call Earth, and I'm like, I want to see lots of faith, so I'll make it a very dramatic world where they'll have to trust me and show amazing amounts of faith. Because the thing is, if God is into huge amounts of extreme...
Sorry, what is faith doing for God?
Oh, well, God refers to Earth as a garden or a vineyard, and faith is the thing that he's looking for.
What is faith?
I would say that faith is relationship where you're expressing your beliefs and your trust, your focus. It's also tied to hope.
Your trust and your focus and your hope.
Yep.
That's what faith is.
That's how I would define it. It's a relationship thing.
You say it's a relationship.
Yep.
There has to be two active participants to have a relationship. So what is the active participation from the other end of the relationship?
Well, God rewards faith. It's very reciprocal. There's lots of reciprocation.
How? what reciprocation do we see?
That's a great point. So there's lots of rewards for faith. You get special covenants, extra blessings. So God blesses everybody.
Sorry, how do you actually see this? You're talking now about the lore of the book, but where do you see this represented in reality?
With King David.
What do you mean? This is now a character from the book again. So how are you seeing this represented in reality?
Oh.
Character
So I've
from
done
the book.
Okay, so I've done personal experiments where I pray and fast and have sought God, and I've got amazing results. By the way, Jesus recommended to increase your faith to do prayer and fasting. So that's why I connect prayer and fasting to faith.
I don't think I asked you why you connect prayer and fasting to faith.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if somebody who might not have been a real person recommended it, then obviously that is the recommendation we should be going with.
Okay, well then I've done experiments myself.
You've done experiments yourself. What do you mean?
Well, there was a time I've done a very specific prayer, and God honored that very specific prayer in like a day or two.
I'm sorry, you prayed for a specific thing and God honored it the next day.
Or that day. I can't remember. It
stop?
happened a few years ago.
Sorry, can you stop yipping in the middle of the questions? It's really kind of annoying. So when you say that he honored it the next day, what was the prayer?
I don't have access to fresh figs where I live, and fresh fig fruit from fig trees is in the Bible, and I wanted to have some.
And so you prayed for fig?
Yeah, because I have no access to fig fruit by like going to a store.
So how did you come by a fig?
Well, I heard God speak to me, and God told me to walk in a certain direction, and I told God that I have no reason to walk in that direction, but God told me to do it anyway. And then I happened upon a certain yard where there was a peach tree that was collapsed, and I talked to the neighbor of that property, and I said, that's so sad that their peach tree got destroyed, and they should, don't get upset because that fruit doesn't taste good. But they said, however, we have a fig tree in our backyard. You can have as many figs as you want. And then so I got a box full of fig fruit that day. I consider that an answer to prayer.
Okay, so just to clarify, you couldn't find fresh figs. You prayed for figs. You felt like you had to walk in a direction. You commented on a collapsed tree, and the person you talked to happened to have figs in their backyard. And this to you is God answering your prayer for figs.
I mean, I would argue that I heard God speak to me to walk in that direction.
You heard God speak to you.
Yeah. The Bible teaches to have a personal relationship with God where you communicate with
When
God.
you say you hear God, what does that sound like?
I would
Can you
say.
stop smacking your mouth into the microphone?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, drink some water, please.
I'll drink something right now in honor of what you requested. I'll be more conscious about the microphone.
I don't think you're being more
It just
conscious.
assaults our ears.
I apologize. What was the question? Oh yeah, the talking to God. I think it's more a mental experience where it's like, I would describe it as telepathy with
How
God.
do you differentiate the voice of God from your own thoughts?
That is a great question. So, to me, God's thoughts sound, not that it sounds different. The philosophy and the reasoning doesn't match mine. Like sometimes God will say like, think about this instead, or focus on this instead, or do this, and it's not necessarily things that I was thinking. So it doesn't always match my thoughts, to be honest. That's why.
So because there are things that contradict what you feel like are your thoughts, what you feel like are your intentions, then those things must be God.
Yes.
And they couldn't possibly be another aspect of your personality, your mind, your thoughts, just conflicting, second guessing, doubting.
I do question that a lot, as well as everybody should, but I think it's a risk that everybody should take. Or I believe I should take the risk of going to God, because I don't think I can do Earth without connecting with God.
You don't think you can do Earth without connecting to God. So if I'm hearing you correctly, if someone were to question you in a way that had you doubt the existence of God, that would make you not want to do Earth.
Can you repeat your question, please? It was a good question.
Are you saying that if you didn't have God, you wouldn't want to exist?
I do not think that Earth would be a pleasant experience for me. Right now, I enjoy the experience of Earth, but without that, I would not enjoy it, I don't think.
Why?
Because I feel like God, the Heavenly Father, is my best friend that I go everywhere with and guides me and helps me. And without that, it would feel like there's nothing reliable on Earth, and it's too chaotic without that.
So without the without your own assumption that a God is there instead of your own mind, then you're just saying without that assumption, you wouldn't have reason to go on, or what? Are you just saying you wouldn't accept the way things are? What is so wrong with existence that you need something to be responsible for it?
Responsible for it. I feel like there were multiple questions in your last question, so I'm doing my best to process.
That's all right. I was processing too. That's why it went that way.
I appreciate your understanding. So, I'm the type of person where I've never really, I question, but I've never questioned the existence of God. For me, I can't imagine like God not existing. So that thought has never crossed my mind. I've questioned other things about God, but not God's existence.
Why?
But why? It's something for me that always clicked with me, where it just clicks with me.
It just clicks with you that there is something that created everything, is responsible for everything, and hides from everything.
Did you say hides from everything?
Yeah.
I don't think. Oh wait, that's a good. Okay, so I think that God leaves like breadcrumbs at least. I don't think God truly hides, but
It plays games.
God definitely plays games. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
It punishes those who don't find its breadcrumbs or don't follow them. It farms faith and yet creates minds capable of reasoning out of faith. It leaves breadcrumbs, as you say, that contradict themselves, that are in oftentimes indicate something else. In what way is this, like, how does this God make sense?
So I believe that the Heavenly Father wants to be best friends with everybody and uses negative and positive reinforcement to cause that reconciliation to happen.
It wants to be best friends.
Yeah.
What is a friend?
This is a great question. There are some allegories that it's a romantic relationship, other it's a parental relationship, other that it's a friend relationship.
So you're using friend. Why?
Is one that you communicate with, that reciprocates well, that is your ally, that shares their thoughts and their life with somebody else. That's how I would define a friend.
In what way is that what God is?
From my understanding, God reciprocates very well. Everything you invest with God, you get like a huge bonus for. So I would say God reciprocates the best of any being I know.
You say anything you invest with God, you get a huge bonus for. Is it not possible that you are coming from a place of privilege, that you are coming from a perspective of someone who has and will give credit to God, while it is really the work of the social support network that you find yourself in?
I would not say that's the case because I haven't always had like a super supportive social network. And I also attribute like huge amounts of peace, huge amounts of joy, huge amounts of that. There's spiritual things that one can be rich in, to be honest. So I'm not talking about just material or even social things.
So anyone who prays to God will receive, or invests with God, as you said, will receive great reward, right?
Especially spiritually, but in other ways as well. But I would say the spiritual
How do you measure that? How do you know that they're receiving spiritually?
I would say that, well, the Bible guarantees spiritual growth.
I'm not
However,
asking about the Bible. I'm asking have measured that?
Well, it's definitely easier to view it in yourself, but you can view it in others. I view it in others. I view it in myself. I perceive. I don't judge though, but I perceive. It's not like I'm like yeah, I'm not trying to judge people when I do it. I'm just like trying to be perceptive and aware.
It's interesting. I didn't ask that. Kat, do you have any questions for this guest? I'm gonna guess not. Kat is probably dealing with a cat. Do you think that it is possible for someone to invest with God, to pray to this God, to trust in this God, and receive none of the benefits that you're claiming they will?
I think that they will definitely. I think it's the most guaranteed thing ever, and I think everybody should do that experiment. I recommend it. I think they should. I think it's the most guaranteed thing.
Have you never heard of people who have tried and not received?
So this is when it gets back to the video game thing for me. I think if you're really willing to put in the energy into it, that you'll get the results. And some video games are so frustrating that people give up, but the systems are in place that if you put in the time and energy, you'll get rewards.
So you're saying everybody who ever tries and really tries to put their energy into Jesus or God, that they will receive always, every time?
Based on my experiments... I'm sorry, please continue.
And you've never heard of anyone ever trying and not receiving?
Well, like I said, I'm saying that the spiritual stuff is guaranteed, and then other stuff is negotiated with God. I very much believe in negotiations about certain things with God, but the spiritual stuff I believe is guaranteed. And yes, based on my own experiments and what I viewed, I think it's 100,000% guaranteed.
And you've never once encountered anybody who has tried and not succeeded?
I have heard of people that were frustrated at the level of reciprocation, but I still view it as a video game where if you put your energy into it, you'll get it.
You say it, you keep saying that you view it as a video game. You view it as a video game. That's not actually answering the question. So people who have tried and invested decades into their faith and into God and did not receive anything, those people, are they just, did they do it wrong? Did they not know the up, down, left, right that you do?
That's very possible. I don't know how many Christians are fasting, for example. I think fasting is a huge modifier.
Do you know how elitist and condescending it kind of sounds? How closed-minded and privileged you sound?
I do try to be as self-aware as possible, but I do believe that some things are super guaranteed for the systems that are in place, and I believe that
super guaranteed, guaranteed, invested in God ever and not reaped the rewards
of the spiritual blessings. Yeah.
What is a spiritual blessing?
increased joy, increased faith, increased peace, increased kindness, increased mercy, increased forgiveness. It changes your attitude.
Increased faith, increased joy. So anybody who ever invests in God will, you said they'll feel better. They'll be more joyous. They'll believe harder. Is that what you mean? Increased faith. But like so if somebody invests in God and spends a lifetime just studying the Bible, they should receive some kind of reward if they invest and fast, right? Fasting was key, right?
Yes, you bring up a great point. It's not just about reading the thing, it's about doing the thing that the thing is saying that you should do.
Right.
And
so if they do the thing, if they invest in that way, then they should reap rewards. Like if say they have like a child who is born with a terminal illness, then their prayers would likely reap reward, right? Or would they have to watch that child suffer and unalive?
Well, in the scenario you stated, they would definitely get spiritual blessings and
Spiritual blessings.
And yes, you can negotiate over things like healing and stuff like that, but that's more of like a bonus category, I would say.
Bonus category.
Yep.
What if
Go ahead, Kat.
What if somebody dedicates their entire life? Like, let's say somebody dedicates like 25 years of their life and has multiple, like, graduates, like, doctoral degrees, doctoral even degrees in studying this very thing, and the conclusion they came to through dedicating their literal entire life to this was that it wasn't true. Would they still be rewarded for dedicating their life to it?
So, in the scenario you painted, there is an allegory in the Bible that says that like any good thing that you do that's likened unto gold quality, that you will get rewarded for. So yes, they would be rewarded for all the good that they did.
Even though they, in the end, the conclusion that they came to was that it wasn't true.
I'm still under the impression that God reciprocates so well that God will honor those who do good, especially in the name of God.
Even though it says all the unbelievers get cast into a lake of fire.
Oh, I'm a universalist. I believe God's going to reconcile all creation eventually, including Satan and everything.
So,
Just decided on your own happy ending.
No, Colossians 1, 15 through 20 states that the reason that Jesus was sent was to reconcile everything completely to the Father.
so another interesting thing that I picked up from this is that you said they would still be like recognized for all the good they did. So simply studying the text is doing good.
Oh, I thought you implied that they were fully doing Christianity with like the reading it and doing it. I thought you were implying they were like a Christian expert.
Well, they are, and they were when they started, and by the end of it, they didn't believe anymore.
Well, so if they were reading the thing and doing the thing, then they would be getting rewards.
I was expecting him to just pop into the room, Thrayle. He's really good about that when I'm like starting to think, Thrayle's making a coffee right now.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
I did. I stood up to make a coffee. I finished my first blueberry coffee.
Bad timing because I'm like in between bites on dinner doing this. So.
Do you think it's possible that you are holding this view based on your own privileged perception, as I said? Is it possible that this is based upon just your experiences and that others may vary?
Yes, I think your statement is very accurate that I'm very different. I'm even very different from other Christians. So yes, I believe that my perspective would therefore be very different.
Well, but what I mean is it possible that you hold them based on your sheltered experience? It seems entirely possible, at least in my perception, that someone else may devote themselves to this belief, follow to the letter of orthodoxy, fast and believe in everything as truly as they can, and still not receive. And to you, that doesn't seem possible. I wonder why.
So you bring up a good point, and yes, I have analyzed my own life, but you're right. Me just analyzing my own life isn't a good enough perception of like everybody's experiences. So I have talked to others and their experiences too, and though it's limited by how many humans I get to have that conversation with, I would say the ones that have done this have gotten great results from what I've talked to them from. And also the Bible seems to guarantee it, but
You
so I combine all
realize,
these things together.
I'm sure the Bible does guarantee it. Go ahead, Kat.
Could it be that the people that you've spoken to have the same kind of privilege that you do?
I would like to remind everybody that prayer and fasting and meditation is absolutely free and anybody can do it anywhere.
That doesn't answer the question.
That's not the privilege that we were talking about.
Can you please tell me what privilege you're talking about then?
Well, without knowing you personally, it's hard to say, but we all do have privilege in one way or another. Like I am a baseline attractive white woman, so right, I have privilege in some areas. Like there are some privileges that I benefit from that you might not, right? So whatever things about you, whatever attributes you have that give you those privileges, right? That would be whatever privilege I'm talking about.
I see. And I don't deny that there have been certain privileges. However, there have been a lot of troubles. And I believe that I would focus on God whether there were troubles or not, in the rain or shine, darkness or light, that I would still.
But the point that's being made right now is that you likely have privileges in life that allow these good outcomes to take place, right? I'm not saying that it's a negative thing. I'm just saying that it is like the reality of the situation, right? But not everybody has that. And so some people do all the things, the prayer, the meditation, the fasting, all the things, and they never get the positive outcome because they don't have the circumstance in life that allows those things to happen for them.
Now, I would just like to understand, we're talking about joy and peace and faith here. We're not talking about like mansions and Maseratis right now, right?
No, we're absolutely not talking about mansions and Maseratis, right? We're talking about not starving to death We're living in an active war zone, not knowing if you're going to survive the next day. That's the kind of thing we're talking about.
So, with Christianity, going into the afterlife is a great thing.
Nope. Thrayle. Nope. That's it.
What?
So you're you're so now all of the rewards, all of the positivity, the things that you benefit from God include death, because that's a bonus too, right?
You're gonna suffer your whole life, and then you're gonna die, and you're gonna be fucking happy about it.
Well, heaven is awesome.
Sorry, excuse me. You're going to die in an extremely painful and tragic and abrupt way.
I mean, I want fellowship with Christ, right? So if I were to have that journey,
it's so hard to take you seriously. It really is.
I am being serious, though.
Yeah, but I mean, I almost don't care at this point.
You are so serious, and I can recognize that. And what that shows me is an extreme lack of an ability to see the world outside of your own lens. It also shows me a extreme lack of cultural awareness. It shows me a lack of critical thinking skills, and you are in your mid-30s, and that is unacceptable.
May I respond, please? So,
I'm not trying to be mean to you, I promise.
Oh, I love y'all. And I really do appreciate everybody here. I love this live. I love everything about this. The Christian view is that you do your earth adventure as best as possible, whether it's filled with suffering or joy or wealth or poor, or if you're single or if you're married. And then when it's your time, it's your time. And it's celebrated, you know? And so if somebody leaves Earth sooner than others, that's celebrated because you go to heaven.
You just made my point for me, though. You just made the point for me. You started with the Christian view is, well, what about any other view? Can you see the world through any other lens?
Yes. And I understand why there are nihilists and there's people that have a more dark version of Earth. I understand.
That's not even what she was asking.
Oh.
Can you see the world through any other lens than a Christian lens? Doesn't have to be a dark lens. Doesn't have to be.
I didn't mean to be offensive.
You weren't offensive. It's just it's not about nihilism or darkness, or if you can understand how people think these things. It's about the fact that sure, people do think those things, and sometimes nihilism is a dark thing, and sometimes it's not. And there are other things in the world, and other things that are worthwhile and meaningful that are not Christianity. Other ways to see the world.
You are correct, and I should communicate in a very empathetic way where I show lots of empathy for everybody's views and experiences. You are correct.
That's also not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is in order to really understand your own beliefs, it is important to be able to see outside of them, right? Take a step outside of being a Christian and reevaluate what you're saying and what you think with take the Christian glasses off and look at the world without them and reevaluate all these things that you have been talking about and see how it holds up then.
That does sound like an interesting experience.
Would you say that this might be a good way to truly understand what you believe and to determine how the veracity of this belief?
I am a big believer in looking at things with as many angles as possible, so I do think that it would be for veracity.
It would, and because how reliable is it to use a thing to prove itself? Or is that just full of confirmation bias?
I actually think that comparing is excellent. I love comparing. So you're saying
Right.
that I shouldn't what?
But how do you use the Bible to prove itself? To prove the Bible?
Oh, I thought are these different questions? Because I thought that your first statement was comparing with other perspectives, and now you're saying with
No.
the Bible.
No, I said right. So I kind of like switched gears into the way it seems you have been evaluating your beliefs, right? Like, how do you use a thing to prove itself? Like, how do you use the Bible to prove the Bible? It seems like
I
a circle.
understand. Well, I have
You
looked
know?
into like Hinduism and Buddhism and other
But
religions.
did they prove the Bible?
I think so.
Interesting.
How does Hinduism prove the Bible?
I've looked into brahmacharya, where they intensely fast and pray and focus, and they get tremendous
How does
results.
that prove the Bible?
Because the Bible recommends that kind of stuff, and
so because they find utility in fasting, then therefore that proves the Bible. How does it not prove the Quran?
Well, I would say in some ways it does. Although I've looked in the Quran a bit, and I think I think other religions put more into fasting than they do. So I have like religions on like a
So
fasting.
is that really what your focus is on, is fasting? What if some other spiritual path focused even more on fasting than Christianity?
Then I would definitely
it more true.
I would definitely look into what they would say, and yes, they could have a lot of wisdom, and I would be very willing to look into it.
What if most of their teachings contradicted the stories, at least, of Christianity, but they focused more heavily on fasting?
So if I found something that you're saying is outside of the Bible and it has lots of wisdom and truth and powerful teachings, then I would be happy to embrace it, to be honest.
So if there were entire faith practices built just around fasting and were antithetical to Christian dogma, gave natural reasoning for this, then you would still follow that because it connected more.
So I will give an example, if I can, where in the Bible, where they talk about judgment, and in the Old Testament it's like judgment, 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 and the New Testament talks about mercy. Well, the Old Testament talks about mercy too, but the New Testament way more, and it says like, well, actually, mercy's better. Mercy's better than judgment. So I say, okay, I agree. Mercy's better. I'm going to embrace mercy. So I switch gears to mercy over judgment. So in the same way, if I found something that was better, I would embrace it.
And if it gave natural explanations and denied God?
Well, I have to love the truth. So if something is a truth and it's an upgrade and I have to embrace the truth.
So if you believe that Jesus had existed in the way you believe it, no afterlife, no heaven, no hell, would that change how you live your life? Would you?
I'm definitely not the ignorance is bliss type that would be happy to be in a delusion. So no, I would not embrace a delusion even if that delusion made me happier. I could only be in the truth.
Not quite the question I asked, but a good answer.
Oh.
Kat, do you have any more questions for our guest?
No, but I do hope that you think about this, like, give like everything we've talked about some thought. And I really wasn't trying to be mean to you, but I know I can be a little stern at times. I think that you have engaged pretty well, and you should think about it and come back.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate you coming back and answering the questions you did and going on the journey. I think I am ready to move on. I hope you keep asking questions and definitely bring any new answers you find back to us. We'll want to question those too.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Love y'all.
Appreciate you. Take care.
Please keep asking questions.
Please.
Please.
As soon as the fig tree story started, I had Thank You God by Tim Minchin playing in my brain. And
Hey, Thrayle.
yeah.
Is your shit fucked up?
Oh yeah, my shit's fucked up.
For anybody who needs to know about how fucked up our shit is, there's this great song that Thrayle loves that he made us listen to about a dozen times in Discord one night before the live. And it's called My Shit's Fucked Up.
I was running late, and yeah, I found covers, so I even played the cover versions. No, it wasn't Creed Forrest. It was Warren Zevon.
If it was Creed, we would have put a stop to that.
No. Well, I have accepted a few of the ghosts in queue. If you're still in queue waiting, don't worry, I'll get to you. I'm just waiting to make sure we don't double stack. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. Hello, NSWP. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello. Yep, I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
Well, I just want to say that I believe that it wasn't 6 million, and 271K wasn't enough.
I see, so you're a really disgusting person, huh?
Heil Hitler, fuck niggers, white power.
Does it make you feel good to be a disgusting person?
I don't know if you did that, but I did that.
We both did that. And they are kind of like cockroaches, so eyes out, eyes open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tab, you can say something bad to bad people. As long as it's not bad to the live.
Oh, you could still get flagged for bullying when you say fuck you to a
Yo, hello, can you hear me? Yo.
Hey, we're
Fuck that.
in the middle of speaking.
Yo,
But,
can you hear me?
yeah, now that we hear you and that you're talking over us, I'm going to tell you you've got a lot of background noise, and you can also back off the mic just a little bit. So when you find the unmute button, looks like a little corner.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm still speaking now that I'm still speaking, and you've definitely shown that you're not able to behave like an adult. Fuck off. Yo. But if you can behave like an adult and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. No, DY trying. You done tried all the trying you get to try, and you don't get to try again. At least not until I don't have somebody else willing to try. Hello, Antonio. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 24 years old, and I'm from Houston.
Well, congratulations. I just asked the age part. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, I guess I could call me a Christian, you know.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I don't live in a, I don't think I have the time for it, and I have to go to my friend's house to read the Bible. So.
How old did you say you were?
24.
I'm sorry, you said 24?
Yes.
What year were you born?
Bussy o'clock.
That's too bad. Good job, Cat.
Oh, Tab put in the comments, don't bring up Antonio, and so I had my finger hovering the block button.
Nice.
I was just waiting.
DY trying wants to come back to debate. You still haven't read the room. This isn't a debate. I'm not interested in debating. I'm not going to bring you up if you don't even know what the room's about. If you're just here to debate, then fuck off. If you just want to speak, you still haven't figured out what the room's about. Why do you want to be up here? If you haven't read the prompt yet, you're not capable of having an adult conversation without yo-yo-yoing over the top of other people speaking. I don't think you're capable of having a conversation, so no. Hello, VA. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My bussy is wet, creamy.
And more that aren't capable. I don't know why he's spamming the chat now. Did a grade school just let out somewhere? Like, why are all these children showing up? James says this is what happens when Valentine's Day falls on a Saturday. I'm not sure what it has to do with Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is probably why all my mods are asleep. Good morning, Philly. And Noctis, both arriving at the same time. Oh, and Morgan. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning. Just because I'm not on the panel doesn't mean I'm not here.
DY Tryon wants to come back up. He's gonna make it on panel or DY Tryon, isn't he? Oh, it's a good thing, Toadmodu. We actually have a poll we can use for that. Everybody can get a vote. I just need to set it up. Let's do... Oh, we'll even set it up this way so people can vote more than once. Should we let the previous guest up again? There we go. Blue checkboard or blue clipboard up in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. I'll let you vote in the poll. And in this kind of poll, you can vote more than once. But should we let DY try again? Oh, it's going well for you. Look at that, DY. 3-1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not looking so good, DY. 5. Oh, swinging back in your favor. So yeah, on upper left-hand corner of your screen, we've got about 3 minutes left, and we'll see if DY gets to try his turn on the panel again.
Vote multiple times.
You can vote multiple times. Is he still even here? Did he run when we did the poll? Sometimes they do that. Sometimes we put up a poll to see if they can come back up, and they give up. But DY, it might go well for you. You just one vote, one coin.
Jesus.
It's not a money grab. It was actually just to make sure people could vote more than once. I wouldn't. And it's swinging in your favor, DY. Oh, well, you're doing it. It might work.
I mean, if he really wants it. This is great. You should do this one more often.
I mean, I'm not trying to turn it into a money grab. I just wanted to give him a fair chance to get back on panel. I hope he knows it's not a debate. Is this the kind of panel that he's even going to want to be on? Did he take the time between getting booted and voting for himself to come back to read the prompt? These are questions. I'm usually, brimming with questions. So, he's ready to question. He says he's ready. And there's less than a minute left in the poll. And it looks like, barring any huge swing in the vote, I think there's a good chance he's going to make it up. So, let's go ahead and do this. Because it's going to change anyways. And we can put the big picture up. Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh. There you go. He wins.
Hello.
Welcome back. Can I get
Hello?
your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2007.
Damn, the math didn't work out.
Oof, buddy.
No, actually, 2007 would. You can try it. Cut back up.
It wasn't my math this time.
I mean, it can work. It can work. Hang on. Come right back. The math can work. What month were you born?
Yo, am I bugging? Is my math wrong? It's 2007, not 19? Is 2007, not 19?
What month?
What month? Oh, I was born in March.
Oh, dear. I think
When he
you
said,
are
is my
bugging.
math not working? When he says, is my math not working, is that not 19?
Hi, Philly.
Hi.
Hello, Philly. How are you?
All of that. And they said, is my math not working? Oh.
I know, James. Oh, I'm laughing stitches on my sides. I hope you've had a Pleasant Valentine's Day, Philly.
A what Valentine's Day?
Pleasant.
Pleasant. Yes. It has been a pleasant day.
That's good to hear.
I was very curious what this guest was going to be like because I came in.
I know.
Without hearing them.
He had come up yoing at me while I was asking his age, and he wouldn't stop doing that. So we hadn't even gotten past the age, and I had to drop him. And so I did the vote to see if he could come back. Oh, we had a Tab raving.
Hello.
Tav.
Let's see. Hey, Tav.
How's everyone doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
Guess who pulled another Romans and nailed another test?
You did what to a who?
I nailed another exam.
Oh, you nailed an exam. Okay.
Heck yeah. Way to go, Tav.
He pulled a Roman.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Tav, you did not. Oh.
Guys.
I've been saying this to every exam I do.
Guys, he's been saying this for fucking months.
I know, but I had to make sure Philly could hear it.
I did not catch that. I did not catch that. Wow.
I think it's the first time I said it when you were around.
Oh, oh my gosh.
I almost wish Philly could have been part of questioning the previous guest. At least that conversation was going somewhere. And I think he would have had an interesting take.
Yeah?
On it.
What was that guest?
Who believed that anyone who put in the faith and the time, the energy into Jesus or believing in God would reap the benefits, the spiritual and all of the rewards. They even prayed once for a fig, and because they couldn't find a fig anywhere where they lived, they heard a voice or felt the will of God and went walking until their neighbor, who they talked to about a peach tree, offered them figs from a fig tree in their backyard. So that was an example of God giving them what they wanted.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but there is a chatter who said he's willing to pay money to hear you say skibbity.
How much money? I think that deserves a galaxy.
What do you think, Thrayle?
In what context?
Well, let's ask him. Toad Modo. What do you think? What context?
I actually said it before. I have said that word. I went, just ask the gift. Oh no.
Galaxy is what I said.
Interesting.
I think that's what it's worth, Thrayle. Or is it two galaxies?
No. I mean, I could just give it away because Toad has contributed a lot to this live before, and he's very generous, so I appreciate it, Toad. You don't have to give a galaxy. See, for me, I could have just. I could have just said the word. And I think the last time I did, I even like coupled it with like an Ohio Riz kind of thing.
Oh, you did.
I'm pretty sure
You
I
did.
did.
It is seared into my memory forever.
Yeah.
Wait, so there's a clip of you, Thrayle, saying skibbity toilet Ohio Riz, whatever that is.
I mean, yeah, it was almost like that. I don't know if there's a clip. I don't know if anybody actually had the thought
Might be able to find it
clip
on YouTube. Maybe. If you look hard enough.
What about it? Are we gonna hear it today?
I mean, why does it almost feel like saying a slur?
It's not.
And now
Skibbity is not. Skibbity is not a slur, is it?
No, it's not. Come on, I'll say it with you, Thrayle.
Well, see. Training wheels. See, news already recording. I don't know. Oh, the music just changed to the wrong thing. See, I'm glad that happened. So I could be distracted long enough. Did the topic change in the moment that I changed the music? I think it did.
I don't know. I think the topic is still very much on the table. Skibbity.
Oh.
Thank you, though. Like that was a valiant effort.
It was an effort to do what?
Say it, Thrayle.
Well, I just wonder what the fuck it even is. So, like, can I get a definition for this word?
It's a toilet, goddammit.
Oh, a toilet would be a toilet.
No, there's a specific toilet called skibbity.
Noctis has actually provided me a better usage, at least. So, if I were to say, like, what the fuck, right? I could just replace fuck. Or would it make sense to say what the fuck is skibbity?
Let's go. He said it.
Yes.
I have the recording of anyone wants it.
It didn't live up to the hype, though, right? Right. And just all that build up, and then
it's kind of anticlimactic.
It was anticlimactic.
Why?
It's because you didn't say it in the context that it deserves, Thrayle.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'll find the right context.
Toad wants up, Thrayle. Bring up Toad. Let's hear him.
Maybe I'll find the right context too. I have two quick questions, really quick. Toad, before we get started, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 25, going to be 26 here in March. My birth date is March 28th of 2000.
That's a lot more than I asked for. But also,
yes,
that was fucking great. Thank you so much.
I hate it here.
I love it here.
Thank you. I just needed to hear it from the man's mouth, at least one.
Toad, DM me. I got the recording. Both of them.
Nice.
Yes, Toad.
Thank you. I will drop down now. My work here
I
is done.
appreciate you, Toad. Appreciate you. I hope you have a good night.
That was the
W's for
appropriate
Toad.
context.
Also, Morgan, are you gonna love it if I bring some gabagool ومخدر?
Hey, Thrayle, I think it's time for me to go to bed.
You're awesome, Morgan.
Oh, I love you guys. You guys are great.
Were you kidding, or are you going to bed?
I was absolutely kidding.
Oh, I was about to drop you.
Well, I appreciate you checking. I honestly would have been like, oh, okay, I guess I'm done.
I think, absent a new guest, there's one name in the... There he is. Leave my name out of this.
Hello?
Hello, we spoke a few hours ago.
Yes, we did. How are you?
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
42 from Canada.
Noticed everybody started including location lately. That's interesting. So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'll say short, I used to be Muslim until I learned a lot about it, and then I stopped being it.
So you're not Muslim now, but you believe in a god.
Correct, yes.
What god do you believe in?
That is like a tricky question because the God I believe in is not the God that a lot of people believe in religion.
So what is God?
For me, God is like a higher power or an entity being.
A higher power or an entity? What does that mean?
Short story straight, I believe that God is basically like pretty much like a alien per se.
What do you mean by alien?
So extraterrestrial.
One alien?
That may be a misconception from my behalf, but I believe there's one that's more powerful than others, but yeah.
If I may, why did you leave Islam?
Sorry, what?
Why did you leave Islam?
I left Muslim because my family's half Muslim and half not, and then the way they treat the woman, I didn't respect that, and I saw a lot of it, and I didn't think that's not right.
Yeah, alright, makes sense. So what is this about an alien?
I'm sorry?
I meant, why do you think there is a singular alien that created everything?
I don't. I think that's my conception about it. I think there's one that is stronger than others, and they built that upon it. I don't know. I may be wrong. I can't say I'm
Do you
right.
think it created everything, or that it just created humans and life here?
Yes, exactly what you said.
So this is an alien intervention, not necessarily an alien god. Something that intervened and made things happen here.
What you said before is how I think that one alien intervened and made humankind, yes. Mm-hmm.
You're saying why do you believe that aliens had anything to do with humanity?
Because in terms of like religion, in terms of everything I think about, everyone scapegoats about religion. It's all about like others like moral points where it's like war or like ethics where it goes to it's not positive. It's always religion's always gets scapegoat into a negative perspective. It's always gets down upon, and there's like a lot of like principles behind it. So in my belief, I thought, you know what? I think it's more than that.
Really quickly, before anybody else jumps in with a question, I'm going to speak past you. I'm going to thank Jazz, Philly Red, Morgan Le Fay, Shell, B, Cat DeWitch, Dancing in Duality, 3 Pips, Toad Modu, and Shane for helping with the previous goal. And also looks like I'm going to thank JD KD, for helping with this goal. Nearly knocked it out before I got to finish. Leave my name. See, there it is. Thank you, Katie.
I'm here.
Do you think that this alien entity is in any way responsive like a god? Does it care what we do? Is it answering prayer? Is there some way that it communicates?
I can't justify that. I'm not them. But I think in life, if there was a God, how they impose that and say like, oh, humanity has a balance, and like, oh, God really the most like care about civilization, and there's no pain, there's no hurt in the world. Why is there starvation? Why is there desperation? Why are people going through pain? If that was a God, then why would that let that be?
What was the question I asked?
We asked about how like the world should be like. Do you believe in extraterrestrial? And why do I believe in that? I believe in that because I think I can't in my heart believe there's a God. I think there's more to it, and I think there's an entity that is behind it.
Do you think that there's more to it than the extraterrestrial that you assume had something to do with humanity?
On my soul, I think there is. Yes, I do.
Why?
I'm not gonna lie, I did watch Ancient Aliens quite a bit to an extent. And
that's quite evident. Thank you, Shell.
And when I watched like a lot of shows, it kind of like opened my eyes to a point. There's some evidence of factuality. I can't justify any reasoning behind it, but when I like watched that, it kind of made me think about it.
So you like the show and you thought about it, and that makes you think it. So there, you believe it now. Why go that extra step and believe it?
The more you watch the show, the more it imposes about like evidence behind. There's like Aztecs from like there's things in like Mexico, there's things in Egypt, right? There's a lot.
There's things.
There's evidence behind it. There's a lot of like notions.
Evidence behind what?
So they say like, I can't. I'm sorry, I'm knowledgeable to a point, but my knowledge is in terms of like reading some of the books and some of watching TV, right?
So you're knowledgeable about some of the things that you remember from watching a TV show where they talk about ancient aliens.
Yes, but then actually went. Yeah, okay.
Have you ever looked into even the sources that they use for that TV show?
I went to Mexico. I went to Aztecs. I actually went to pyramids. I looked at it. Yeah, I did. Yes.
And you looked at what?
I went there in terms of like a tourist guide thing. It's like looking at things that was there, and it opened my mind.
And while you looked at the things there, what about that indicated aliens?
There's no evidence of aliens. There's nothing of it I can justify myself and say that that's what it was. So be contradictory to what I'd say right now, but the fact of the matter is what I'm thinking now is because imposing that there was like a God or whatever you want to say in terms of the Bible, and there's like, it does not make sense to me like that. And the reason why is because when I went there, I saw a lot of different like images, and the images I saw were not of God.
You saw things that tell you it's not like the God of the Bible. What does any of that have to do with aliens, though? Why would you believe then, therefore, aliens?
You're right. You're 100% right. I love you for this. That's what I'd say before. The reason why is because for me, everything I went through, just like I read like a lot of different like, I read religions. My mom like back in the day tried to make me like Catholic, whatever, and I say that to the point. They come up to my house, they taught me this, that. I never believed it, when I was younger. Even though I want her to believe it, I tried to, but I couldn't believe it. And the thing is, like, it made me understand, like, I have to understand my own self. Of like, I want to believe in myself,
Thank you, Shell. So, because you want to believe in yourself,
Mm-hmm.
So, in what way does that relate to believing in aliens, though? Like, why take that extra step? Why add explanations that you have TV shows of evidence for?
It may sound crazy, but like if you think about it, everybody in life believes in something, regardless. So they have a totem pole or a step hold where they hold on something, right?
Everybody believes in something. What do you mean by that?
I mean, everyone has a hold on something, regardless of what it is.
What do you mean a hold on something?
When
Like a hold on what?
a hold on a belief, on a hold on value of your own life, your own self being, because it's hard for someone to be like, oh, if you think about it, if I did not believe in anything myself, I'd be lost. So you hold on something in principle.
Does your belief in that alien or aliens give you that? Or give you that?
I'm not gonna honestly. There's no value or fact. No, it doesn't justify or help me. No, it doesn't. Does it substantially even balance me? It does not, because like, if you think about it, if you have no value principle or it holds it withstands of what I'm saying, justifies it, or there's no justification or evidence of it, it's hard for me to like want to foresay. But at least it's to a point where I know enough knowledge of myself and my own heart.
Okay, why do you believe That aliens, though.
He asked the same thing. The reason why I think is because I went to God and I believe everything else that happened. But the thing is, like, I thought of myself. And I read a lot about things. Maybe I got.
You went to God and you believed everything that happened. What do you mean by that?
So, long story short, I went to Muslim and then I met a girl and then she was Christian. I turned Christian for her. I went to like the whole church, everything else, and then I changed myself for a girl. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I did not know myself, but I loved that person, so I did it for them. But then I didn't feel like, and that broke the whole relationship after that. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, yeah.
So you changed your religion for someone else.
I have, yes.
Lost your identity. Felt like you lost your identity.
Correct. Yes, I have.
And
yes.
so you've been rebuilding that and rebuilding that. You're building it with ancient aliens and
this sounds wrong.
Power.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying like there's a point where if you do think about it, what is religion done? Religion has broken the world. Religion is departed or like depleted, like separated the world.
Hey Thrayle, I think I regret not being dropped. I'm gonna.
Like, I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. My apology. But I'm thinking like the religion has separated the world to a point, though.
No, leave my name out. I think he got her wrong. She's making a joke. We're not here to tell you that you're wrong.
No, you can tell me. If you tell me, I'm open-minded. Listen, I'm a very open-minded individual if you meet me. So if you tell me I'm wrong, please tell me.
We're not here to tell you that you're wrong, though. That's against what the purpose of the live is.
No, I understand.
We're not here to say you are wrong. We're here to see if you stop. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs.
I know. I love that. So I believe. That's what I believe. I believe in that. Yeah.
Can you question it?
Sorry?
Can you question it?
I do question. Yes, I question what I believe. Yes. Yeah.
How do you question your belief in ancient alien theories that you have TV shows to evidence?
It's not. I believe it in terms of that, but at the same time, I believe in like quantum physics. I believe in terms of like how. Okay.
What is quantum physics?
Quantum physics is like if an atom. If you have a bottle of water and then you're mad, it'll change the difference in atom. Where you're happy, it'll change in terms of that. What are we? We're blood. We're cells of blood.
Sorry. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. One thing at a time. Let's go with the quantum.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I said, what is quantum physics? You said something about a bottle of water and being happy. What?
The atoms in a bottle of water, for example, the cells, they change molecules when you're happy in terms of from rock.
Okay. What? The atoms in a bottle of water. I'm saying this back. Yeah. The atoms in a bottle of water change when you are happy. How do they change? And what does that have to do with quantum physics?
I think TV, do you understand what I'm saying? I can't question him. I'm sorry. Okay. So
he was telling you to slow down.
Okay, my apology. Okay. So we're all part of a cell and a part of atoms, but the thing is like when you're happy, for example, your cell molecules change. They can form differently rather than happy.
What does that mean?
Are you able to define quantum physics?
No, I can't. I know to a limit. No, I can't. No. I'm sorry. I'm actually going to be honest with you. I don't. No. No. I'll be honest with you.
So, okay, let's talk about the happiness change in cells. What do you mean by that?
I went to Japan once. I traveled there, and I talked to some Japanese guy. I didn't know much about it, but he's telling me about like how when we're happy, your mind changes different, and also it's not that only your cell molecules change too. I didn't know that at the time I was talking about. And
have you looked into it?
I did, yes, I did. He was right. He's actually on God. He was right.
Okay. Let's
like about feng shui, right? You know feng shui?
What's a feng shui?
Feng shui means like you change your bed to a point where like it's not like this corner, it's around this corner. It makes you like better energy. There's energy that comes through your like body. It's
energy.
Mm-hmm.
What is energy?
For me, I'm not going to justify this matter, but for me, energy is what you think, and it comes through. So,
energy is what you think.
You transcend that, yes, to the universe. Yes.
Energy is what you think to the universe, and you transcend it. What does that mean?
What?
Okay.
I don't know.
So maybe I'm talking in the wrong direction, but
no, it's okay. I just want to know what you mean by
no. My apology. If I'm talking wrong, please tell me. Like if I'm like.
We're not here to tell you you're talking wrong.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you. I actually appreciate you, definitely. So when you're thinking something, let's say you're thinking something negative, okay? When you're thinking something negative enough, and negative will correspond and come towards you because you bring that towards you.
Is that energy?
Yes. It's your mind will make that happen through like your the way you think, your energy comes to your mind will manipulate that through the universe, I guess you'd say.
Through the what?
Universe, that's it. I don't know. I don't know what to say. If you're negative.
I say that. Why not say that? Why not say I don't know?
I don't know. I'm saying what I think it is, I'm justifying myself in that point.
Why?
Do you say why? Because I don't know the exact answer. This is why we talk about this. Because
why are you saying you're justifying yourself? What does that mean?
Justify myself means moral reasoning behind what my belief is, but I can't say for other people when they went through their experiences.
Sorry, what does it mean to justify yourself?
And justification for myself means that I went through my own experiences, but I can't say for other people. Other people walk their own path. If I walk a path, it's not the same as another person walks through a path. So if I walk a print through a step, like if I walk straight, you're not gonna walk the same line I walk in. You'll walk differently.
What does that have to do with the question?
Question thereof? Sorry.
Leave my name. Can you repeat the question that Thrayle asked?
What did they ask? Sorry. I jumped up. Sorry. My apology. Go ahead.
You're going very fast. Is there a reason why you're in a hurry?
No, not at all. No. There's no hurry whatsoever. No. Sorry, my apology, Philly. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, please.
You have some... Okay, please. I don't mean this with any offense.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like you have some vague concepts that you're not able to articulate, to flesh out. But it's important to you that at least it seems important to you that we hear that this is what you believe. Is it important to you, and why? Why is it important to you to believe these things?
It's hard for me to foretell that when I believe something that someone else will, and I'm saying this because I believe it myself, and I don't want anyone else to believe it. But when I say things that I'm saying about the aliens or whatever, I don't know what else it could be, because when I went through a lot of experiences and I saw a lot of pain, a lot of hurt, it doesn't make sense that there could be a God, because like, why would they let that happen to like another human being per se? So it just like opened my mind up to the point where I was thinking there could be a higher power, which maybe it's not per se God, but then what is the difference between a God or entity? There's that.
Why? I didn't follow the jump there. Why are you convinced that there is an entity?
An entity could be a God or whatever I think is an alien. It's the same thing. I can't justify what is difference. The difference behind what I'm thinking is something or whatever that puts us through a test in life. I think life is a test. That's what I think.
Why do you think life is a test?
Is it because of
my experiences?
Well, I was going to ask if it was because of your Abrahamic faith background, if those imply some kind of test to you.
My apology, but Abrahamic means exactly what?
Well, you were Muslim and Christian.
Per se, if let's say I was like Abrahamic or Muslim or nothing, and then I came out, and it's like what I believe in. There'd be a point where
Do you think you would still believe it was a test?
Yeah, I would. Yes.
Why?
Because it doesn't make sense how life works. It's like there's things that are so similar. There's similarities and things that happen in life. You know, like coincidences. You're like, how is that possible?
What does that have to do with it being a test?
Karma. There's karma, right? And they're saying karma is a girl, right? Per se. So
what is
when
karma?
Karma means that when you do something wrong, and like wrong come back to you, like tenfold at that point. That's pretty much karma.
Karma is when you do something wrong, it comes back tenfold. Are you sure that's not witchcraft?
I don't know exactly what religion. I know that karma is typically told that it's a girl. It's like a woman, and like
Carmen.
Yes, correct. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Are you saying someone named Carmen?
No,
like
karma.
Carmen Sandiego.
No, my God. No, sorry. Karma.
Karma is a woman?
Woman, yes. In religion, there's a religion that karma is a woman. Yes, correct.
Just like they call the wind Mariah. What religion is karma a woman?
I can't justify that. I know there is though. There is. I can't be wrong on that. I know that there's a book on that I read. There was the girl. Yeah.
You're saying you can't be wrong on that.
There's no karma. There's not. So karma. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry.
Again, we're not saying you're wrong. I'm just find it interesting. You said you can't be wrong.
No, I'm saying I thought I read that book though. I thought I read a book about some girl that was like karma. It was an East Indian thing that was like saying karma's a woman or something. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm sorry, but what I'm saying, karma in general, when you do something wrong enough, obviously it'll come back a tenfold, and it says that in life, like, oh, like karma will come back to you. You know what I mean?
Honestly, no, I don't know what you mean.
Bro, when something happens, you're like, oh, karma's gonna come back to you. You heard that saying before?
I mean, I have heard of people using the term karma in context, kind of like that. But why are you talking about karma now? Are you saying you believe in karma?
Yes, I do. Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Is karma to you a woman?
To me, I may be wrong from what I read. I'm not sure, but yes, that's what I read. I know where I read it from. Yeah.
So you believe in a concept, you're not sure about where you read it from, and you're not fully
knowledgeable about it.
Is it really a belief?
If I'm not to justify the meaning behind it, that's probably I shouldn't believe it because it's not exactly accurate. So I can't justify that. No, I'm sorry. So maybe I'm wrong. So, and that's what I said before. So maybe I'm not exactly believing what I'm saying. Yes.
Does it feel like to you that you have to believe something, and so you're just kind of trying to put anything in that gap where Islam and Christianity used to be?
For me, you're saying it's like a filler for me to believe everything else. I'm trying to fill myself up to build my void in terms of like my incapability to, or my insecurities to fill myself. No, it's not that. I would say I do believe in a higher power, but I can't say what it is. So the more I point into a higher power, all I can point to is towards pretty much extraterrestrial at this point. That's why I do it. Because what else would you say? You can't say, what do you say, light? There's nothing else you can say.
When asked what you believe that higher power is, you think there's nothing else you can say but to say it's extraterrestrials.
Sorry, come again? That made me think a lot, but go ahead. Sorry, what'd you say?
What did it make you think?
So what made me think about what my thought is, why I believe in it? What are you saying?
No, what did that, you said that question made you think a lot, but you forgot it. What did it make you think?
No, I was thinking in my head, it was like about like what I was thinking, like about why I believe in a higher power. I was like, why am I even wanting to even more to that?
It's a great question. Why are you believing in a higher power?
That's what made me think that. I think I need to, okay, I'll be real with you. And I think humanity is in general. I think everyone in general in life wants to like at least bend or like be towards someone or something, to at least like have a feeling behind it, not just like be left alone, because it's a feeling of void, a feeling of unknown, and fear of unknown, it hurts.
So your fear of the unknown drives you to fill the void with whatever answer fits best to you in the moment?
Not necessarily. I'm definitely, but
If
I
you found a
definitely
reason to believe that there were no aliens visiting Earth, that there was no influence from extraterrestrials.
no, I do. That's what I do believe. Yes, yes.
If you found there was no reason to believe that, would you look elsewhere for what that higher power is?
Of course I would. If I knew there's no evidence behind it and no justification,
Where do
and I
you
know
think you would look next?
that's a good question. But where'd you go? There's nothing else behind that. That's the deepest you can go in roots.
The deepest you can go is extraterrestrials.
From what we know, the thing is that from what I know, like humanity, from what we know, the deepest on Earth is extraterrestrials. There's nothing else left. There's like atoms and anatomy and biological factors, but what more is behind that? What's more behind that?
Why does there have to be more?
Why? Because that's why people want to be behind something, at least, because at least they want to feel welcomed in life. It's a comfort. It's a warmth to know that you're like, at least there's something there.
So it's because of comfort that you believe?
For example, yes, it's a comfort for me because at least I want something to like be behind. Because I think about it, in life, everybody connects with something, right? Either unfortunately as a cult or as a gang or as that they want to be part of a group or a member or something because they want to be known or be at least part of something, right? In a spiritual aspect, it's the same correspondence behind that. They want to be part of some notion of wanting to be known, or like, because if they don't, they feel alone.
Is it?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
Is it possible that you would trade the truth for comfort?
What, I choose the truth for comfort? I never ever do that. No, I'm not selfish. I love myself. And if there was a truth, I would hold behind it. On God. If I knew there's a fact, I would hold behind it.
You would rather have truth than
I'd rather
have comfort.
Yes. Yeah. If someone said, I'll stab you, but I'll tell you the truth, or I will not tell you, and then there will be like the falsified facts, I'd rather be stabbed. Okay. Makes sense.
No, that barely made any sense, but it also...
It means that I would rather...
Yeah.
It rather means that I'd rather have the truth behind me rather than not know, or have, you know.
Do you see how you previously were talking about the comfort that certain beliefs give you?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Is it possible that you have ignored the truth because you prefer that comfort?
That's kind of deep. I'm not gonna lie, it's deep because when I was Muslim, my family, the way they treat like when someone's a kid, it was like they would like sit down and the girls would be the ones like taking care of their husbands or whatever. I was the one being like, oh, like like, I'm done with this shit. I'll help out too. So I went and made tea and like everything else. Like, no, sit down. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Like, why is it that the man has to sit down? And then at the same time, like, it made me think. I'm like, why am I like, why is it that the guy has to always like have to like sit down? You know what I mean? Like, to be like king, and the girl has to work like that. It didn't work for me. And then for religion, it made me think like it hurt me, and then it like bogged my mind, it puzzled me. And then when I went to other things, I was like Christianity, for example, it just said, I didn't know too much about Christianity. I did that because of love. So I'm sorry, my apology. For anyone else that listens to this, I didn't know too much, but because I love, I went to change myself for that so-called girl. So I can't say, do I know too much about that? But then after that whole matter, I was like, you know what? There's more behind all this, because after I like taught myself more, read about history, I was like about everything else that happened in the world. I was like, there's no way. There's more to this.
What question are you answering?
Your question, you just questioned right now.
And what was that?
She said about like, why do you believe in your own religion in Christianity?
I asked if it was possible that you had chosen comfort over truth.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's the reason why I chose comfort, is because I didn't want to know my own religion after what I went through. So I think, yeah, you're right. Maybe I did choose something that I don't know too much about, and I went to Christianity because I went and threw myself into Christianity through comfort after Muslim, being a Muslim.
It's possible you're doing that now.
I don't think so. I think I'm a lot older now, and I learned a lot about history and things like that. And I like,
You're learning things about history from ancient aliens.
not necessarily that. Like, I read books and things like that. I can't like exactly say what books I have. I can't say by name. I remember some things, like, but like there. Maybe I've been indoctrinated. Maybe I've been indoctrinated from what I watched. Sure, fair enough. But the fact is it better than at least being a Muslim? Yes. I'm sorry, but yes, because at least it got me out of that.
Shouldn't you still question it?
Yes, I should. Yes, 100%. 100%.
Like, go and take a shower. 100% believe in all that. There's nothing a Muslim I don't believe in terms of that. Health wise, go with it.
Couldn't you learn those things at other places? What is, like, is Islam necessary for that?
I think Islam is very good at that. I'm not going to say, I'm on God, I'm going to say that it is actually very good. They say things that other religions don't mention, those principles. Fasting, yes, other religions do say that, correct. But there's some things that Muslims do say, which healthy wise, it's very true.
What does that have to do with your current beliefs?
My current beliefs, I could be 100% wrong. Like, I could be, I'm not saying I'm right.
There's only like 10 seconds left in the poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, everybody. If you do want to vote in that, let your voice be heard. This is your opportunity, but it looks like we are gonna come to the close of this conversation soon, unless...
I'm sorry if I'm being boring. I'm sorry. My apologies.
You're all right. Appreciate you, Leaf. You've been up here a while, and we've gone over quite a bit of this.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry.
I hope that you keep asking questions, and keep questioning these assumptions, these need to fill the gaps of Islam, and I wonder if you can question why you assume there is a higher power. And maybe we can do that next time. But
of course. I appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
Take care.
You too. Thank you.
Moving right along. Thank you guys for the, what are we at, 55,000 likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Also appreciate everybody who shared out the live, getting us out to the FYP of anybody who may or be able to question their beliefs. My brain is working. Yeah, I just checked. I got accused early on, Philly, of using a particularly green substance because I kept asking why questions.
Oh. Hello?
Hi, Peyton. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 18 years old, sir.
What year were you born?
2007, November 2nd.
November 2007. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, sir. I believe in the Christian belief.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I would not say from beginning to end, but yes, I have read it. Because when I was in church, we didn't read all of it at once. We would read a portion and then study that portion and then read the next portion, study that.
But did you read all of it?
Me, outside, yes. Outside of church, yes, but in church, no.
Interesting. And in reading all of it, did you come to believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Well, this is the crazy thing. I wouldn't say I 100% believe everything as soon as I read the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I believe in my belief as high as I do now is from some of the scientific explanations I have saw over the internet over a couple of years, explaining the universe and how things could possibly exist.
Fascinating. From scientific explanations. Well, I haven't asked about those yet. The question I did ask was if you believed the stories in the Bible to be true and literal.
Yes, I believe yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation?
Yes.
Why?
Well, this is how my dad told me, and also I was watching some of Neil deGrasse Tyson, what that scientist that he's I don't know, he's really smart. I've watched him a couple times on the explanations. Could you repeat the question real quick again? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Why do you believe in a 6-day creation?
I believe in a 6-day creation because what else is there to believe if there's not a higher being that created the universe? Because if you go off the Big Bang Theory...
Yeah, I asked you why you believe in a 6-day creation.
Yes, sir, I'm getting to it. But if you think about the Big Bang Theory, that science says how the universe
why
produced
you
creation.
believe in a 6-day creation.
I know I'm going to get to it.
Why aren't you really answering it?
Because I'm providing you with information on why I believe it. Or unless you don't want me to.
You're telling me about the Big Bang Theory. I asked
Yeah.
why you believe the 6-day creation.
Because nothing can come from nothing. Something had to create something for there to be anything.
Sorry, nothing can come from nothing.
Something had to create for there to be anything.
How did you determine that?
Neil deGrasse Grass, the scientist, said it on a interview.
What did he say?
Almost those exact words. Nothing can come from nothing. Something had to create for there to be something.
Can I ask a question here?
Go for it.
What if a different creation myth is actually the truth, and the universe or the earth was not created in 6 days? Why do you believe in the 6-day creation?
Oh, well, first off, that's what my religion, says how everything was created. And then second of all, I've researched every other possible way how anything, the universe itself, could become into existence without a higher power of something that created everything.
So how have you determined that every other religious or mythological presentation of how creation came to be is wrong?
Well, there's like Neil deGrasse Grass, I'm not sure if that's how I'm pronouncing it. He's a like a well-known scientist, not just
I'm not talking about scientific presentations. I'm talking about other religious presentations.
Religious presentations.
Yes.
Okay, well, could you repeat that question real quick again? I'm sorry.
How did you determine that every other creation story is false from every other religion?
Well, I can't. To be honest with you, I'll be honest. I wasn't around that time.
Then why do you believe in the 6-day creation story?
I mean, that's what I believe. That's what I put my faith in.
Why?
Could I tell you outside of a religious reason why? A more, I don't know how to describe it, a more common sense way of thinking about it. Would you care if I said that, or you want me to stick just to religious?
I don't.
It sounds like you're about to be condescending. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, wait, I don't want to be condescending. Could you explain why it sounds like I'm going to be condescending?
A more common sense way to think about it. What's wrong with the question Philly asked?
Well, because how I think about it isn't just religion itself.
That's fine.
You know what I mean?
Fine. I don't really know why you believe in the 6-day creation story. I'm curious why you do, and if it is because of something outside of Christianity, I'd be curious to hear why you believe in 6-day creation story.
Well, I'll first tell you this. I don't know. I don't understand why it took him 6 days. That's something I will tell you. And I don't know if there's many other Christians that could understand that, unless you were God himself and understood why he made it take 6 days. Because if he wanted to, he could have made it take a second if he really wanted to.
So why do you believe in the 6-day creation story?
Because there's been many prophecies come true through the Bible.
So are you implying that because it is in the Bible and you have found the Bible to be reliable, therefore the things that you can't what's the word? Verify. Thank
Yeah.
you, Thrayle. The things that you can't verify, you just take on faith. You believe without anything
Well,
specifically about that story. It's more because it's part of the Bible as a whole.
I feel like if I told you it was only my faith, I'd be lying to you, because there's definitely been times I've questioned my faith, for sure. But then I'll like there was, whenever I was a couple years ago, I used to question myself and my religion. How could I fully 100% believe this if it's written and I can't go back and ask? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
It's a good question.
that I don't know if it was that same night or next day, but I had a dream. All right, and this is gonna make me sound crazy, but I'm just telling you what really happened. I said, God, not that I'm calling. This is what I said to him, word for word. Not I'm saying you're fake or anything like that, but just this one time, if you could give me a sign that shows me that your word is a real thing and there's no question about it, that I should not believe in you. Tell me why I think it was the next day after I had prayed that. I had a dream that I went to Target with my stepmom, my brother, and it was I remember it being really hot in the summer. It was like the summer, and we walked in the store and we went around and we was looking at a couple things. Tell me why a week later, I think it was a week or two, we go to Target, and do the exact same things I saw in my dream that night. What else could explain to you or me that if I just prayed and asked God to show me, he showed me a dream and then it happened? What else is going to explain that? If I just asked God to show me, you know what I mean?
No.
Like, I don't know how that happens. And I've had multiple dreams like that before. Things happen in it, and then
Slow down.
My bad. I talk a lot. I talk fast. But
Stop. It's not that you talk fast or talk a lot. It's that you're going from point to point. And what was the question that was asked?
She was asking something like, I'm not too sure. My bad. I'll be spacing out a lot.
I was asking if it was because the 6-day creation is in the Bible and you believe the Bible, that you believe the 6-day creation.
So I could say that my faith would definitely be part of it. But I feel like I don't know, it's just like,
What is there outside of the Bible that convinces you that God created?
Okay, I like how you
days.
okay. I like how you rephrase that. The only other thing I have found that could kind of back that up is, like I was saying, Neil deGrasse Grassen. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce his name.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes. And he was on, it was some either podcast or TV show, and they were talking about God, and they got to talking, and they asked Neil, what's your opinion on God? And he said that, because he's like a genius, and he was doing the math on it, and he was about the Big Bang and stuff like that. He said that it wasn't just him. He said he had colleagues working with. He said that the universe could have not been created out of nothing. He said it had.
What does that have to do with the 6-day creation story?
That's what I'm getting to. He was saying that the universe and everything in it could not have been created without a higher power or of something. And he said it could have been God, like people believe in God, but he said there has to be at least some type of higher being, because the universe could not just created itself out of something.
Peyton.
That's why I believe that.
Peyton.
Yes.
When was this interview?
I'll search it up. I'll show you.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't believe
so I
that
can
this
actually.
happened,
yeah,
and I
this
don't know
sounds made
why
up.
this story is being told in the first place, because it doesn't even address the question.
Well, no. That's what.
So you're saying that you believe that the 6-day creation because you claim to have seen a video where Neil deGrasse Tyson says there must be a higher power.
Yeah.
You see how that doesn't answer the question?
Yeah, I understand that, but that's the only logical way of thinking about it, without
No, it's not.
without bringing faith into it and
No.
religion.
No. It's not a logical way to approach the question that's being asked you.
Do you want me to search that video up and show you, or tell you what it is, or is it not really that important to you?
It's not important because I know that there is no video like that, and if there is, it's made up, because I've seen videos where he's asked about God, and he doesn't say that there must be a higher power. And it doesn't also answer the question about why you believe in a 6-day creation.
That's what I'm saying. The reason I even brought that up was because if science is backing that there has to be something higher, then why wouldn't I? You know what I mean?
And if the video that you claim to have seen were either faked or said something other than what you claim, if he doesn't say there must be a higher power, would you then say that there doesn't need to be one?
No, I'd still believe that God's still the only person, but there'd just be less evidence to back, besides having only faith in him. Because I like also having evidence to back something. You know what I mean? And I can't just, hey God, can I see you right now? Like, can you appear? I can't just tell him to do that. You know what I mean?
And so you're saying that the reason you believe is faith and the evidence is Neil deGrasse Tyson saying there's a higher power.
Well, it's not just like only him saying something like that. It's just like having other people because I'm pretty sure there's been other people talk about it, because I know he had people that he worked with.
So other people say it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm hearing Neil deGrasse Tyson in your background.
I'm trying to find the video. Because I swear I remember to you watching. I might have worded it wrong. But I swear to you I saw a video of him talking about it. Like, I wouldn't just come on here and make stuff up, especially about, the God I believe in. It's blasphemy.
I'm sorry, what is blasphemy?
Slandering God's name and holy word. So I don't want to tell you something that's a lie, and then I'm telling a lie in God's holy word.
Why are you blasting music at us?
My bad. I didn't mean to. It was an ad.
Mm-hmm. You're still looking for that video?
Yes, I'm definitely looking for that video, because I swear I remember seeing it.
All right, Peyton.
Hey, well, y'all all have a good night. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that your belief is wrong or
We're going to
whatever.
go ahead and just set you down while you look for that video. And if you find it, bring it back or DM me a link. I'd love to see it.
Would you, Thrayle?
Yeah. I mean, if the video exists, I'd like to see which AI was used. And
Mm-hmm.
we have a couple of ghosts in queue. I'm not sure which ones are real or not. Look, Zach apparated in front of us. Hello, Zach. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 28.
I'm sorry, what was that?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, global flood, Jonah and the fish.
Pretty much.
Why do you believe those stories?
I mean, I want to believe God is to be, God can do all things, correct?
You want to believe God can do all things, is that what you said?
No, I'm just saying God can do all things.
I thought you said you want to believe.
No, I'm saying that he can, create things 6 days poetically if he wants to and then rest on the 7th.
I see.
Yeah.
And do you also believe the Adam and Eve story then?
Yep.
That Adam and Eve are the first humans that they ate from a tree and were banished from a garden?
Pretty much.
I see. And if that story contradicts with the 6-day creation story, how do you choose which one to believe?
I mean, how does it contradict?
In the order of creation.
Okay, well, what came first in creation? Man or animals?
According to Genesis 1, that would be animals. According to Genesis 2, it would be man.
Okay, so if you've ever studied animals or the law of animals, there's a natural order of them.
Zach.
Yeah.
Are you about to give me a biology lesson?
No, I'm kind of making.
So can you tell me how you reconcile the difference between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2?
Well, in the beginning there was God. So
in the beginning there was God. Which verse is that?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So.
Okay. Which verse is that?
It's Genesis 1.
Which translation?
King James.
Okay. Can you read Genesis 2:5 for me?
Genesis 2. Okay, what's your point?
I asked if you could read it for me. How many times do we let him do this before we tell him we can't hear him while he's off the app?
Okay, so you think that's contradicting because why?
Did you read it?
Yeah.
Out loud?
I mean, I don't think I can read it while I'm on the live with you.
I see.
You don't have a Bible in front of you?
I mean, not currently, no. I mean, I don't. I can go get one. Okay, Genesis 2:5.
Before you read that really quickly, I just need to make sure that I thank everybody for helping with the gift goal. So thank you so much, Philly Red and Eric. Thank you, Danny Grax and Shell, Donna V. Yellow, KD, Polly, and Paniac. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. So we're at Genesis 2:5.
Yeah, so Genesis 2:5, before any plant of the field was in the earth, and before any herb of the field had grown, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground.
Great. And then, but there went up from him, right? There went up a mist from the earth and watered the face of the ground. And the Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life.
Yeah.
That's the next bit.
Yeah.
So what did you just read? What happens here?
Well, 8 says the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and then
Whoa. Nope, that's the next verse. I said what just happened? What happened in 2:5?
Well, he just finished creating Earth.
He just finished creating Earth.
Yeah, 6 days.
In
7 days rested. Yeah.
7 days rested. So we're going. I see. So this is chronological.
Genesis 2:3. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his work which God had created and made. So yeah, he rested on the seventh.
I understand. So you're saying that it goes from the 7th day to now this is this the 8th day?
Correct. There you go, bud.
I see. Yeah. Can you drop the condescending attitude? Or is that something you're capable of?
It's condescending if you're condescending the Bible, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna wonder why didn't he say this child said they're 18 years old, right? And he thinks that he's...
I thought it was older than that.
Right.
How old are you, Zach?
Oh, you'll have to unmute, Zach. You see, when you start to get disrespectful and stuff, you get muted. You might have been just muted again in an attempt to send you an invite to unmute. You can unmute yourself again. Nobody's trying to agitate, but if you can go ahead and answer one more time your age. We just need to make sure, because you're starting to act very much like a child. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the verse here. So, You're saying that this is an eighth day of creation, that Adam and Eve are made on the eighth day. And that 2:5, where it says, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, is on the eighth day. That this somehow, before the plants are growing, which I believe if we go back to 1:11, and God said, let the earth bring forth grass and the herb yielding seed, fruit out of it, and it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after its kind, and tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after its kind, and God saw it was good. So we have plants, and then we have in 2:5 no plants before the plants. But you were being condescending about this being the eighth day. Can you help me understand how there are plants before the eighth day and no plants on the eighth day?
Yeah, not hiding behind the mute button. It's just, you get muted and then be called childish. So yeah, I
You were
can't answer your
childishly
things.
condescending. So can
But
you
no, he's
answer
talking
now
about
about
after
the
the
meta?
flood. If you're really knowledgeable, you'd understand. He's talking about after the flood. You fucking idiot.
So you're saying after the flood, on 2:5 is after the flood, he said as he called me a fucking idiot and ran away.
That is very, very much so the behavior of not a child.
That was after the flood. I really have to know which flood now. I know I've had one guest in the last few days who's probably feeling very justified because they believed in the flood before Adam. The flood of the verse 2. So it was Genesis 1:2. Apparently described a flood.
Sorry, which verse?
1:2.
What? Huh.
It's the darkness over the deep. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's not an interpretation I've heard before.
Next time that guest comes through, it'll be very interesting to see your questions for them. But yeah. They frustrated Rav right to sleep yesterday.
Oh.
Vasily really is eager to join.
Vasily is having a hard time being respectful in the comments.
That guest is in queue right now. He's still
Which guest?
The Genesis 1:2.
Oh,
God
really?
provides. Yeah. We might bring him back up because I've already talked to him once this evening, and we will probably get to him next. But I'm going to see if one of these other guests is still there. Just see
Quite a
if
few requests. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Vasily has been here before. I wonder how it went then. The eagerness to be on panel usually is a sign. Look at everybody being so patient.
Hello?
My finger actually slipped. I was aiming for the next person. Hello, Vasily. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Yep, that's why I was aiming for the next person. So, Vasily, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, sometimes I believe different gods depending on the mood, but usually Jesus Christ. Okay, just Jesus Christ.
Have you read 1 Peter 3:15 since the last time we spoke?
No, what's it about?
You have a Bible?
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick. Alright, let's go to verse 3, Peter, something.
I keep meaning to remove that one music track from the playlist. It's kind of distracting, but it's very satisfying too. I really like it.
While you're looking that up, can you tell us what year you were born?
The year of our Lord, 1998.
How old did you say you were?
I'm 28.
The math actually checked out. I don't know why I did that. I think it was the flipping through pages with the microphone like right next to it. You can come back.
Noctis is pointing out that the page says 25.
Mm-hmm. Why does your profile page say 25?
Because I haven't updated in 3 years.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you find 1 Peter?
Yeah, hold up. Okay. Gotta go to the page first.
Mm-hmm.
Sword drills would have been,
I've never even done a sword drill. I just...
No?
Alright, 1 Peter what?
3. Chapter 3.
Okay.
Now look for verse 15 and just start there. You want to read it. And then 16 will help you too.
But sanctify Christ as Lord in your hearts. Always be ready to give an explanation to anyone who asks you for a reason for your hope. But do it with the gentleness and reverence, keeping your conscience clear so that when you are maligned, those who defame your good conduct in Christ may themselves be put to shame. Powerful. Powerful.
What's it mean?
Basically, I'm guessing like someone talking shit about you. And you just, even though you're doing good. I can actually relate to that. Yeah, that's why I like the Bible, bro. You can relate to a lot of things on this.
Sorry, what are you saying it means?
Basically, even though you're doing the right thing, people will still, treat you poorly.
And what is the right thing in this context?
Well, just following morals, and
in this
for some reason,
context?
yeah, pretty much. You follow morals, and people still find a way to target you.
Why do you say that this is about morals?
Because it specifically states here to keep your conscience clear when you are maligned those who defame your good conduct in Christ. So basically, you don't even have to be a Christian to even follow this over here.
The first part again. Can you take a look at the first part?
So, are you talking about the would do with
always
gentleness and
to give an answer? Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was 15. Always be ready to give it.
Yeah, that's where we started, was 15.
Oh, sorry. For some reason, I was in 16.
Yeah, 16 is part of what I wanted you to read, but 15.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I got an explanation.
Would you like
me to explain? Yes.
You have an explanation for what?
For why I believe in Christ. Would you like to hear my explanation for why I believe in Christ?
I would prefer you to answer the earlier question.
What was the earlier question?
Why are you saying that this is about morals?
Because in 16 it talks about that.
In 16 it talks about morals?
Sort of, but that's where I'm relating it to. But 15 is more like, it's more like, be ready to give an explanation of why you believe in God.
With what kind of an attitude or approach?
Gentleness.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
I wouldn't say that necessarily has to do with morals.
Well, the morals part comes in 16.
Why do you say that?
Because it says here you have to keep a clear conscience when people are basically testing you.
Is it not referring back to verse 15?
Yeah, it actually is technically, but
Yeah,
I was
it is.
interpreting 16 in another way as well. If that makes sense to you.
I understand why you're doing that. I just don't think that's I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Do you believe? Well, actually, let's back up, Vasily. Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have, but it's really easy to forget most of it. I read it when I was in the military. I had nothing to do.
Do you believe the stories in it to be true?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So you believe in a 6-day creation?
Yes.
Why?
Because I believe in God and I trust Him.
I'm sorry, that you believe in God and you trust Him. So you're saying you believe in a 6-day creation because the Bible says.
Wasn't it 7 days? I mean, like.
And He rested.
Yeah, right. Oh, right. The 7th day He rested, which was Sunday. Right. Forgot.
I'm counting the work, not the day off.
Yeah. Anyways, what was your next question?
Are you saying that you believe in the 6-day creation because it says so in the Bible?
Yes.
Do you believe Adam and Eve were the first 2 humans?
Yes.
Would that also be because it says so in the Bible?
Yes.
Are there any stories from the Bible that you do not believe?
I heard that my favorite book, the Book of Job, was not real. Job.
Why do you believe Job not to be real?
Because some people, I don't know, I just heard people talk about it and say that it was just for a lesson. It didn't actually happen.
How do
you know what happened in the Book of Job?
Yes. How do you know that the whole Bible is not just for a lesson? That the whole of the Bible is not like the Book of Job?
Because I choose to trust in God.
Why?
Because without Him, it's like my life it goes on an endless loop.
I'm not following. You're saying without Him it goes on an endless loop?
It basically the same thing happens, you know.
No, I don't know. Really quickly, I'm going to talk past tense, not to be rude, but I need to thank Eric, Danny, and Toad Modu for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. You're saying you believe in God because you feel like without God, you will repeat cycles. That you need God personally to help you with your behavior.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Is that a reason to believe that a God necessarily exists?
Well, to me, yeah, because I just don't want to, get hurt or anything because of the cycles that I repeat without,
Are you using God as a psychological tool?
Oh, yeah, I am. But, like, in a good way.
How does... I'm hearing you recognize this as a psychological tool. So how does that imply that He exists in any way?
Because if He didn't exist, then I would just simply fall for the cycles over and over again. The cycles go like this, I go to sin, and then eventually I stop sinning, and then I go back to God. And then I go back to sinning, and then I stop sinning and going back to God. That's pretty much it.
Could that have to do with... Well, I guess I'm going to have to ask, what do you mean by sin?
Just anything bad. Let's just say that.
So, how are you determining what is bad?
Because it's just because from experience.
Are you just saying bad is anything that you've experienced that has a negative result?
Yes.
Negative result.
So like basically, I've had experience with these, things that I would do, and they would eventually lead to negative consequences. So that's why I rely on God to keep me from.
You've had experiences with what things?
I don't want to share. It's just personal
okay,
stuff.
Sure. So, if you were just, I'm still not hearing how anything that you're saying is indicating a God exists. It sounds like you're using God as a psychological tool to help you avoid doing things that you have decided are negative behaviors. So beyond that, what reason would you have to believe in any God that creates things such as one in the Bible?
Hope. I guess hope. I don't know.
Hope for what?
Better future.
Just a better future for you. Like better outcomes for you.
Not necessarily just, safe outcomes. Not, just as long as I'm alive and everything's going good. Not like,
avoiding
make me a millionaire type thing, just like
spiraling behavior. Avoiding that.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that, but like also to like, help me be better, but not to like make me into a millionaire or something, but like just to like help me just live a good life.
Does it have to be the Christian God, the God of this book?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was raised that way. I guess if I was raised differently, maybe it would have been different.
So another God could potentially exist, but you feel like it needs to be this one because it's the one you were taught to believe.
Yeah, I mean, like Hindus, there's like, I think there's like 1 billion Hindus or something. I don't know statistics. I know it's pretty big. But like they believe in like many gods. But yeah, you can't really know all this stuff, honestly.
Do you leave any room for the possibility that the Bible could be either mistaken or wrong?
No, because a lot of the historical stuff that was said in the Bible was actually accurate.
So that brings us back to the creation. Is that accurate?
I choose to believe it. I think it's accurate.
You choose to believe that the earth was created in 6 days in a specific order.
Yeah, what's interesting about our God, Christianity and the Old Testament was that it really, it was with Noah. Like Noah believed in it, and then the Great Flood happened, and we don't know the time frame after that until like 1700 BC or something when Abraham became a thing. So it's like, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know why the humans started worshiping different gods after Noah's flood happened.
Fascinating.
Abraham.
Yeah, I didn't ask that question at all. I like and I don't know, but it's weird when it comes from a question I didn't ask. So, does it matter to you if the Bible contradicts itself?
Like mistakes itself?
If there's any mistakes or things where it says one thing happens and in another verse or chapter, another book, it says something else happens.
So the thing about that was that the Bible's been rewritten so many times that we don't actually know the exact original copy.
So how do you know that any of it can be trusted?
Because I just told you it has some historical accounts that did end up happening, specifically like the
some historical accounts. So some historical accounts means the whole
like
thing
for
can be
instance,
trusted. I'm sorry, I wasn't quite done. Some historical account means that the whole book can be trusted now.
Yeah.
But again, what if the book contradicts itself?
Well, we can't really tell if it contradicts itself because it's been rewritten so many times. But what we do know
I don't understand how you can hold both of those points at the same time. It's been rewritten so many times, so we don't know if it contradicts itself, but we can believe everything in it because some points in it are historical. How is that?
Yes,
how do those two?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it.
Conclusions coincide.
So the thing about the Bible and coming from the Old Testament, why it's superior than other religions is because
I didn't ask you. That wasn't my question. I didn't ask you why it's more superior than other religions. What did I ask?
Can you repeat the question again?
How do you make it make sense that we can't trust the contradictions in the Bible because of the number of rewrites, and at the same time we can trust everything in the Bible because some points are historical? How do those two ideas square up at the same time?
So if we look at other religions like Hinduism and Greco-Hellenism, for instance, they don't really have any historical accounts that were actually happening.
Did I ask you anything? Stop. Did I ask you anything about Hinduism or Greco-Roman?
But I'm using that as the example.
What does an
those
example
religions
serve in this question?
Those religions didn't mention any historical accurate moments besides the Hinduism when the bridge.
Thrayle just asked, how does an example help to answer this question?
Well, because again, it has historical accounts that did happen. They predicted
Why
Alexander
does
the
an
Great.
example help answer this question, though?
What is
because it's proof.
What is the question I'm asking?
Why
Nope.
Something I forgot.
Because it's not even a why question.
All right, can you repeat the question again?
Let me ask a different one, Philly. Yeah. Actually, let me see if Philly has a question before I decide that we end this.
Sorry, I'm finding it extremely frustrating that we're not able to speak to a point. I don't have any questions.
Understandable. Dimitri asks, why are you guys being so aggressive? We're very aggressive, aren't we?
I think that I'm trying to point out that there is a point that is being sidestepped with the answers. I don't think that is being aggressive.
Yeah.
But people are allowed to have their opinions.
We're being NPR aggressive, apparently. Vasily.
Yes.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
It does matter to me, for the sake of my sanity.
For the sake of your sanity?
Yes.
So you want to believe true things?
Yes.
And you have told me that you can't know if the Bible contradicts itself because of the rewrites.
Yes, I can't. It is impossible.
So there's no way to know if it contradicts itself because it's been rewritten so much. How can you believe it if it's been rewritten so much?
Because I love God.
I think that's probably the most honest answer we're going to get out of that. Were you?
Morning. Losing the voice slowly.
Hi.
Hi. I can at least talk now. This morning it literally was like minute, barely there. Also, I hope you didn't allow me up to ask questions because that's not in my capability right now. Not for this guest.
Understandable. I think I do have one more guest who might have a question for Vasily.
Tootski.
Hello, all.
Good morning, Tootski.
How's it hanging?
It hangs, I suppose. At the moment, it's hanging on seeing if Vasily can even question his beliefs. I'm wondering, before I unleash the squirrel on you, I mean that as a joke. Vasily, do you think it is safe for you to question your beliefs if you feel that it is so necessary to believe?
No, I don't think it's safe. And I've done it in the past and I regret it.
You've questioned your beliefs in the past and you regret it.
Yes.
Why have you been so eager to be on this panel? Tonight and in the past.
Because you remind me of me.
So you came here to save me, not to respect me.
No, your
not
voice
to
is
respect my panel.
No,
I just remind you of you.
No, your voice is just like kind of reminds me of my voice.
So it's just our voices sound similar to you, and so therefore.
Yes, for some reason it sounds similar to me.
And so then you would request up on a panel where the topic is, can you question your beliefs? Knowing it's not safe for you to question your beliefs.
Yes, you see, I've had girls like get in a relationship with me just because of the sound of my voice.
Sucks to suck.
Man, I really got to get me one of those voices.
Yeah,
Kind of like Staples or something.
Oh, goodbye.
I don't get it. I don't like. No. If it's all based on voice, you're not gonna go far. Okay, don't trust it. They get big-headed.
This one doesn't sound as natural as Thrayle, to be honest. I heard it. I heard the fry, like he was trying to do the fry, but he goes up like an octave. Yeah.
I don't really care if it's real.
Well, and this is why the first question I asked him when he came up was if he had read 1 Peter 3:15, because I don't feel that he's respectful, meek. What is the other descriptions? Honest and.
Are you talking about blessed? The blesseds?
No, there's two words there, and they're translated a bunch of different ways. Let me get it. It's how you're supposed to behave when you're answering about your hope, the reason for your faith.
I just, if people are just getting in relationships because of the sound of a voice, don't you question anything else? Like,
I'm sure there's plenty to question there, but.
So you don't like, yeah.
But I don't believe
Fair. Keep me on track as well. With the
3:15 was, and so in the King James it's meekness and fear. I'm sure it's not that in the RSV. Either way, I'm letting it sit in silence for way too long. Everybody's gone quiet. And we do have a couple of guests in queue. One of them might still be there and be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Or they might be a ghost. The other one's probably still there. that we again, though, we spent more than an hour questioning God provides earlier.
Hello.
I know that Philly's got some interesting questions, and once presented, I think this is going to be, well, interesting for a moment, but I know where we're going to end up. Not really questioning.
God, do you question your beliefs?
Yes.
How do you question your beliefs?
Well, I was raised Christian on both sides, and I'm different denominations from both sides, so I have questioned because I read the material for myself and I examine it.
What did you tell me you've never questioned?
What?
What did you tell me that you have never questioned?
Oh, I've never questioned the existence of God. It's always clicked with me. It's always made sense to me.
So you're not able to question something if it doesn't. If something clicks, you can't question whether or not it is legitimate.
I've tried to imagine what it's like for somebody not to believe in God, but for me, I just do. But there are a lot of other things to question. So that's why I say I question lots of things, but that's not something that I question. But I've imagined what it's like to question it.
Wait, you said you don't question things, but you imagine what it's like to question them.
No, only the God existing thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of this. So why not just question? Like, what are you doing imagining? I don't even really know what that means. What do you mean by imagining questioning God?
Well, talking about the existence of God, I feel like I've always had a personal relationship with God, so.
What does having a relationship mean to you?
God is my friend and I communicate with God.
You talk to somebody and then you think they talk to you back, but if you've never met this person and you've never heard this person's actual voice, seen a fucking picture even, like, how can you love something that isn't really there? Like, it would be the equivalent of, like, loving an imaginary friend, right?
Well, I hear them communicate with me in my mind, like telepathy.
And how do you determine that it's not your mind?
Because it doesn't match my thoughts.
It doesn't match, your thoughts don't match your thoughts?
So the telepathy, the communication that's happening with me doesn't match my own thinking. It will contradict my thoughts sometimes.
How can you tell the difference?
Yeah.
So the contradiction, but if it's not your thoughts, how can you tell?
Because I'm an overthinker, which means that I think a lot. I have agendas, I have motives, I have incentives, I have ideas. And then so when I hear God talking to me, sometimes it's things I've never thought about or considered, or it wouldn't enter my mind without it being. It feels external, if that makes sense.
How do you know that it's not, like, inspiration? Like, I don't even know really, like, how to begin to understand what that means, because I've never had somebody telepathically talk to me.
Well, I'm picturing it sort of like this, right? I have an inner monologue that goes on when I think and I do things. Is it similar for you, God?
Yeah, so I have an internal monologue, and then with God, it feels like there's a dialogue happening within my mind.
Right, okay. So I have a similar thing. I'm an overthinker. I also have anxiety that likes to push things, but that isn't a God. It's a perfectly normal function of the brain.
That's anxiety.
Yeah. Sorry. Damn the anxiety. But like for real, I'm wondering why you've connected God to that.
Well, for me, I believe that the Bible recommends getting personal communication with God, so I've sought it and looked for it and asked for it.
Did you not have that there beforehand?
You mean the ability to communicate with God?
Just communicate in your brain, right? If you take God away from that, do you think it would still be there?
The monologue would, but I don't think the dialogue would be.
Okay, how are you differentiating the monologue and the dialogue?
Because okay, I will be extra super honest.
Are you just thinking what you think God would say within the conversation that you're having in your head? Is that what this is?
No, so what happened was I read the Bible. I was raised in Christianity. I read the Bible, and then when I was older, let's say around my early 20s, I decided to just like do the thing, you know? Like when I was like 18 or older, I decided to do the thing and do the praying, do the fasting, really press in to get a dialogue going on. But I was requesting a dialogue, but I didn't experience a dialogue until I really sought God. That's how I'm differentiating.
And how do you know you're not crazy? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm serious. Like,
well,
if this is
yeah,
real.
I did.
Not be the best term, dudes.
I mean, I could tell. I mean, with Thrayle's permission, I could give the fig story again. I don't want to be.
I don't need a fake
repetitive.
story. I just need to know, like, what is your methodology in determining that there's not some sort of psychological event happening?
Yeah, so
his
just
neighbor gave him figs when he prayed for figs.
Yeah.
There was no other way he could have gotten figs unless God intervened and made the neighbor offer him figs.
I mean, if figs were growing,
The figs would have already been growing before the prayer was spoken, of course.
Yeah, so why could it not have been a situation where, I don't know, your neighbor was being kind and there was an abundance of figs, saw you and thought, hey, would you like some? Like, that happens.
Who prays for figs?
He wanted to try a fig because they were biblical.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do walk around a lot. So.
But like, if you have a monologue and the other, my brain's breaking, why not go and speak to a doctor just out of curiosity, you know? Just to like cross that off the list.
Well,
That's a good question.
the interesting thing is that if somebody truly was talking with God, psychologists would probably have that categorized in the DSM as schizophrenia, wouldn't it?
I mean, not straight away. No, they have to do a load of things to even get there. Yeah, they'd have to do a bunch of tests. It doesn't happen overnight. They could also say, "Hey, that's pretty normal. A bunch of us have monologues." Do you know what I mean?
Like, psychosis is a very common thing that can happen to anybody at any point, just depending on the kind of stress or sleep or there's like a lot of different factors that could play in that we are unaware of.
Fair.
And I'm not saying I'm not saying you have psychosis. I'm saying this is something that doctors will probably lean more towards before going to something like schizophrenia.
I do appreciate everybody's kindness and care.
I'm just.
But yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
curious as to why you would jump to a higher entity more than anything.
You're saying why prioritize it?
Well, no. No, I'm saying that out of all the possibilities this could be, why have you jumped to?
Because I was asking for it.
Okay, but if I ask for chocolate and my partner brings home chocolate, does that mean God gave me chocolate, or that my partner went to the shop and got me chocolate?
Well, you bring up a great point. So I'll explain it like this. I'm doing the best with the tools that I have. If I show up to heaven and I'm having like my life review or whatever, and they're like, hey, that whole time you thought you were talking to God, you actually weren't. You were talking to like another being, or it's actually like a schizophrenic experience. But my intentions were pure. For me, it's about the purity of intention and the seeking truth part.
Could you tell me a story? I may have bad memory, but could you tell me a story where somebody in the Bible asked God for something besides like Elisha asking bears to like maul kids? When did God ever give somebody something that they asked for?
Oh, I love this question. So one example I will give is Rebecca. She was pregnant and she was feeling like her womb was like she was like, what's going on in my womb, God? And God answered her and said, well, actually, you have twins. They're going to be two nations. The older will serve the younger. And so God not only answered her question, but also gave prophecy about that, which God often does. God will give a bigger picture view of what you even ask for.
Okay, but that was like something God intended for them to happen, right? That wasn't something that you asked for specifically. Like you were asking for a fig, and then God was like, yeah, have a fig. That's not going to start an entire nation.
Well, I have to show gratefulness for the small things and the big things.
But like, how do you know? Like,
are you sure you prayed for a fig and didn't just think of a fig? Like, I wonder what a fig is like. And then later were offered a fig and thought the coincidence must be because you prayed for it. Are you attributing just thinking of things as prayer?
Oh, I have full-on conversations. The conversation God I had like this, like, I'm getting older. I haven't experienced fresh figs yet. I would really appreciate if you would bring fresh figs in my life because I tasted pomegranates. They are awesome. I want to taste fresh figs. That's like the next thing on the list.
Do you know how many things we see subconsciously, though, and don't even register in the brain?
Yes, I do understand subconscious, but I was very conscious about this.
So if you ask, like, within this dialogue, if you ask, like, hey God, why are like so many children in America suffering right now? Would God answer that in your dialogue?
That is a great question. Sometimes God does talk with me about things that I ask. Sometimes God recommends that I focus on other things. So
whoa, so he pivots? God pivots in your own head?
Yeah, sometimes God is like, let's not talk about that right now. You're better off focusing on this.
Yeah, God has to have reasons not to answer the questions that he can't answer, that this guest can't answer.
Well, I'm not saying that God wouldn't answer that question. I mean, I can pray about this if you want me to. I also don't know if you're asking if God talks about that, or you're asking how do I feel God deals with that.
Can I ask why you haven't ever asked of that?
Oh, I have asked about big picture stuff. If you all are asking about, if you want to talk about suffering.
And what does he say? What does God say to those?
So you're saying this is not based on the Bible. You're talking about personal conversations I've had with God.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why you believe.
Okay, so the conversations that I have with God, God wants to reconcile everybody, like Satan and everyone. God wants to reconcile with the entire creation. He wants to be best friends with everybody. And you're saying about suffering? So I believe, from what I understand, everything is negative or positive reinforcement that is pushing us on a long journey towards reconciliation with God. And some have to go into the afterlife. Like even Jesus preached in the afterlife. So I believe the reconciliation with God can go into the afterlife.
So,
Did that answer your question?
no, not at all.
Did it even ballpark?
Not really, no, because like I could just.
Is it in the same city?
It's like I maybe flying a plane over the city.
Nah, it's definitely up in the clouds somewhere.
I view negative reinforcement as suffering, but also suffering can build character.
Yeah, negative character. Like that's
No.
not necessarily like okay. Suffering infers trauma, right? How does trauma build good character?
Well, patience and long suffering is a virtue in the Bible.
Yeah, that's also a means to just keep poor people submissive.
I would say it can help people adapt and push them. It's a negative reinforcement. I would say
It's saying suck it up, Sally, right? Like, yeah, life sucks, suck it up. God, you get no answers out of that. I don't. If anything, I feel like it would cause people to be more resentful than anything. I mean, like, or possibly I guess I could see some people like who have absolutely nothing going for them have a glimmer of hope, being like, okay, maybe if I just suffer through this a little longer and not do anything and just rely on God, that something's gonna happen. But that doesn't. Nothing. At least I've never experienced anything like that ever happening. I've always had to pull myself out of the hole in order for me to like get any form of relief from suffering. If that's the case, why do we even need God? Because He's not intervening in any way.
God helps us. I would argue that God controls every situation. And so prayer is negotiating with God.
Can I just state as well, though, that realistically, some people who have suffered cause suffering later on, right?
Can you repeat what you just said, please?
Some people who have suffered cause suffering later on. It does happen.
Yes.
So how is that even fair? How is that growing up and being fine? What is God's intent by doing that?
So I would say that since we're all unique, we all need unique lessons in order to grow. And some people need lessons over and over again. You know, it depends on our journeys. And since we're all unique, we all have unique journeys.
Do you consider yourself a prophet or something?
Well, I would say that according to Peter, he categorizes all Christians as priests, where the role of a priest is to get wisdom and to share it and to pray for others. we also have the ministry of reconciliation. So I would say every Christian is supposed to connect with God, get light, spread the light, help others, reconcile everything. In fact, in Ephesians, it says that through the church, God is going to display wisdom even for the principalities and beings that are in heaven. So there's other beings that are watching us, like Earth is a reality show for other
aliens.
beings.
It's a reality show for aliens, right?
That's what that verse in Ephesians seems to make it sound like.
If you were to
Who wrote
ask,
Ephesians?
Paul.
Are you sure?
It's what I believe.
You got some looking into on that one to do. Go ahead, Tutski.
if you were to, I don't know, intervene for somebody, if I were to ask you to ask God for me, just something, would he respond?
In fact, yes, this term of praying for others is called intercession. It's greatly encouraged in the Bible and says it's very effective.
Oh wait, there's studies on intercessory prayer, isn't there?
So if I asked you to ask God why, I don't know, why there is no justice for the e-victims or e-survivors, would God answer?
I mean, if God wants to talk about it, then yes.
So then there's a possibility he won't answer.
There's a possibility that, look, time is of the essence. And I got a job. I'm like on mission, so he's got me talking about whatever he wants to talk about in that moment. But we are guaranteed all truth, so I do believe I would get the truth eventually, to be honest.
So he won't answer. So then you can't intercede. Like that's.
Okay, so every time I bring this stuff up, and I have thought about this because it is in the news recently, and I do believe that God works all things together for good. So eventually,
he allows bad in order for a greater good. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, according to Isaiah chapter 45, verse 7, he creates darkness, light, good, evil. God causes and creates all of it for his own purpose. And according to Ephesians chapter 1, verse 11, he predestined everything according to the counsel of his will and his plan. So it's all his plan. And we can pray and negotiate his plan.
He predestined everything?
So he's like a director, and we are like actors and actresses.
I'm not asking what predestined means. I'm asking, you believe he truly predestined, like, my fate, Noctis's fate, Billy's fate? Like, that's already all going to happen? That's what you believe?
So it's like a director that wrote a script, and then we're like actors and actresses where we can, through prayer, we can negotiate the script. We can negotiate the future. But the script has already been written, and we have the opportunity to negotiate the script.
Okay, so then, like,
see.
He can, like, predestine us to hell? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
like,
his ultimate...
He could write in the script, yeah, these guys are going to hell. They're never going to believe in me.
So I believe that God will reconcile everybody. I believe that hell isn't forever. It's not intended to be forever.
He's a universalist.
Yes.
And where do you get that notion from?
I get it from Colossians chapter 1, 15 through 20, and also
Who
Ephesians.
wrote Colossians?
Paul.
Are you sure?
Right now I'm convinced, but I like you said, I'll have to look into it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it says that everything was created through Christ, and the Father sent Christ to reconcile absolutely everything, which includes principalities and everything, back to the Father. So the goal is to unite everything in Christ. And so God wants to reconcile with everybody. However, God is using... Go ahead.
Yeah, doesn't that contradict, like, Revelation then? Where there will be people who, like, will go to the eternal lake of fire?
So the Bible does say that he will deal with each of us personally in the afterlife, like if we need to, if we're getting rewards, or if he needs to have like a sit down and talk with us and reason with us of, you know, how we need to better ourselves.
But it also says the unbelievers would be cast into the lake of fire.
So I believe that's only temporary. And as far as Revelation goes, I view it as a Jonah Nineveh thing where I'm really praying against the whole negativity in Revelation. I'm hoping I can be like the city of Nineveh, where I pray that all the negative stuff doesn't happen and I can change God's mind.
God forced Jonah to go to Nineveh. Like, he made a whale eat him and then spit him out in Nineveh. Or a fish, whatever, right?
But
there wasn't any intercession. God said, hey, these guys, they're pretty much doomed if you don't get there. Jonah's like, I don't care, Nineveh sucks. And then God's like, I don't care, you're going over there and you're gonna pray, and then I'm gonna like save them for some reason.
Actually, Jonah knew that God would be merciful, and the city ended up praying and fasting that God would change God's mind, and God did change his mind, and Jonah knew he would be merciful. So
then what's the point of him going to Nineveh to begin with?
So that it would cause them to pray and fast. It's like sometimes you need a warning about stuff that's up ahead.
What did Jonah do in Nineveh that caused an entire nation to pray and fast?
He told them they're about to get wrecked by God, and they believed Jonah. So they prayed and fasted because Jonah said they were about to get wrecked.
And you think that that's like a realistic thing that would happen?
Yeah.
You think you could go to like a nation and say, hey, you guys are about to get wrecked, and then everybody in that nation's going to be like, oh, crap, yeah, let's get on our knees and hope that God doesn't, actually wreck us.
Well, I will say that Jonah actually has a great track record, because everybody he came in contact with, like everybody on the boat, gave their lives to God. The city gave their lives to God. The only beings that didn't give their lives to God in that story is the sea creature and the plant and the caterpillar, or whatever that creature insect was. Those are only three beings in the story that don't turn their lives to God. So Jonah was very fortunate that like all the people he came in contact with ended up dedicating themselves to God. He had like a special blessing upon his life.
And Jonah was, or I guess, was Nineveh, the people of Nineveh Jewish? Were they Jewish or Hebrew?
I am not sure.
I don't think so, right?
Thank you guys for 100,000 likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen, sharing the live. Also, really appreciate everybody helping with the gift goal. We're halfway there. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We will be moving on soon. Not to be rude at all to our current guest, though, because we have questioned him quite a bit earlier tonight. Which is why I know he's got some reading to do.
Yes, I requested again because you mentioned the whole pre-Adamic flood thing.
I did.
I wanted to finish my questions real quick.
Go ahead, Titsuki.
Yeah, assuming that Nineveh wasn't Christian, why didn't he do that with any of the other nations that he called Israel to like demolish?
Okay, so I will give a big picture thing to this. So we have with the Bible and big picture, I view angels as aliens, basically, a lot of them. And so what happens is these beings show up to Earth. Humans end up teaming up with them instead of the Heavenly Father over and over again. So what we see in Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, again, that is Deuteronomy 32 verse 8. There are different translations of this verse, but what it says is, he decided to put the nations under these different principalities, sons of gods. And so what I think what happened is humans betrayed the Heavenly Father over and over and over again. So God is dealing with each of them because they betrayed God so many times. Really what's happening is it's like a friendship where you're betrayed over and over and over again from God's point of view, to be honest.
Who betrayed God?
People, humans have.
Right, but like if these people don't even know who God is, how could they betray him?
I think deep down we all I want to believe we all feel a connection to God.
We don't.
To believe.
Yes.
You want to believe.
Yes.
That was the most hedged answer I think I've heard you give, and I appreciate how humble.
What?
You want to believe deep down. So you
No, go ahead.
Well, I'm hearing you say you want to believe deep down we all know it, but what indicates that for you? And is that really what you believe, or is it just what you want to?
No, so since we're all created through Christ, I do believe we are all Christ. I do believe that, which means that we're all connected to Christ. We're all connected to the Heavenly Father. That's what I believe. And what the Bible says is that some people, their conscience is very moral. Other people, their conscience is different. So some people can tap into the oneness easier than others. I will say that. That's what it seems to imply. We're all connected to the oneness. Yeah.
What?
What about the people God said he created for examples of destruction?
So I'm not Calvinistic, so I don't believe that. I believe that God will eventually reconcile them.
But that's scripture. That's like in scripture. Like he says that there are people who are meant for salvation and people who are used for examples for his wrath.
So I do believe that before we're sent to earth, we exist as spirits. We're sent to do specific roles. Some people have harder roles than others. Some are meant to be, like Moses. Some are meant to be like Pharaoh. So it is their role that they were assigned to do. And I believe that God will reconcile with them all eventually. But each of us are sent to earth with...
It was their role to suffer for eternity?
No, not for eternity. God will reconcile them and will be brought into reconciliation.
Where does it say that?
Ephesians 1 verse 10, and also Colossians.
He doesn't say all people. He doesn't say all people.
Colossians 1, 15 through 20 does. It says reconciliation with all things in heaven and on earth.
You think that means to save people from going to hell?
Yes.
And you completely ignore the contradiction later on in the other books.
I will say that the Bible has a lot of things where it trumps stuff. So like mercy triumphs judgment. There's a lot of stuff where it's trumping other things.
Does that mean like the visions and prophecies that were given aren't true? Sorry, Thrayle.
No, that's okay. Good question.
So in Jeremiah 18, it says that prophecies are like wet clay, and you can negotiate with God over prophecies. So not all prophecies are even meant to come to pass. They're more of what God is currently planning.
Then if it's planning, then it's not predestined.
So there is a script, and that script is wet clay. But the predestined part is the wet clay. So there is stuff that's in the planning phase.
Define predestined for me.
Sure. So it says that before anything was created, God had a meeting with his will and counsel of his will and decided what the script would be. So, in my opinion, or from what I understand of the Bible, I should say, God decided what the most ideal thing would be, because God is into perfection. Be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. So I believe that this scenario we have right now is the most perfect thing that God could imagine.
That's really sad that God could only imagine that, because I could probably imagine something even better.
Well, there's going to be a sequel. And the sequel will be better.
If that's the case, why not just make the better first and then keep it that way? What's the point of all of this then?
I view that this prequel was necessary. Like, even in certain movies, like, the prequel was
Yeah,
necessary,
but
even though it's not your
why?
favorite movie kind of thing.
Why? Why is this necessary? If God is all powerful, if God created us, if God created the universe, if God created literally everything, why couldn't he have created it in a way where nobody had to suffer and he was happy?
I do see your point, and I do question this a lot, and this is a great question. The way I view it is, in a setting like this, you can demonstrate extreme amounts of unconditional love, extreme amounts of forgiveness, extreme amounts of mercy, extreme amounts of faith, because this world is so wild that you can level up a lot of things. Like, in certain scenarios, you couldn't even express such unconditional love or unconditional forgiveness or unconditional mercy. Like, how do you even show mercy if nothing's,
I don't
to be
believe that
forgiven?
even like God gives unconditional love. I don't like from what the scriptures say, it sounds everything for God's love is conditional. He will only show you mercy and he will only show you certain things if which is the condition, right? You do certain things like say to believe in him.
Jesus
Otherwise, you're casted out.
Jesus said to love your enemies and to forgive everybody. So therefore, the Father must love everybody and forgive everybody if he's telling us to forgive and love everybody. I don't think he's a hypocrite. And Jesus said he was teaching based on the Father. He did tell us to love everyone and forgive everyone.
Wait, if he's working through everyone, then when people say, no, I do not forgive you, surely that is God, in your viewpoint. So does he really even forgive everyone?
I do believe he will. He does forgive everyone and will forgive everyone, yes. And we're told to forgive everyone.
So God's gonna forgive, like, I don't know, Schmittler?
Everyone.
Tutski's
That's
Universalist.
crazy.
Really quickly, I'm going to thank Eric and Shell, Polly, Hazelnut, and Toadmodu for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. If you've got any more questions for him, Tutski, or if Philly's with us, if Philly's got any questions for the guest, this would be the best time to do that before we let him go and bring up a new guest, because I want to ask about the letters of Paul that you are relying on, and if those did turn out to be forgeries, would it matter to you that you're basing your foundations of this belief on a lie?
A good question. And you would like me to research that before I answer, or?
I'm kind of curious what your answer would be on the hypothetical. If these were forgeries, if Ephesians and Colossians were not from Paul but presented as.
So, given this hypothetical, I would say that, like I said before, if I think that something has super heavenly wisdom, and it seems like it's heavenly wisdom and it's super wise, then I will embrace it. And I
even if it's presented duplicitously.
Yes, even if it's like a forgery, it's still a super awesome philosophy that I'm into. But I would definitely negotiate with God about it, talk to God about it.
You could do something, would you do it?
I very much believe in negotiating with God because
Like the Abraham and Isaac situation. If God told you to do that, would you do that?
there have been a lot of people in that situation in the Bible. I'm very grateful that God has brought up mercy and all this and has thank God for that. I would negotiate for mercy. I think we're in a new era, to be honest.
There are people in the modern age who have claimed to have received revelation from God or command from God to commit acts that they have committed. Do you believe that they are acting in accordance with God?
That is a very, very logical question. That's a good question. I would say in their position they should negotiate with God for mercy and love. But I know that God has done very controversial things. So, and I'm still questioning God about those controversial things that God has done. God is apparently super into controversial, ironic things where he uses like evil for good. That's quite the plot twist.
You said that you get dialogue. Why doesn't God
Yep.
answer these things?
Oh, some things God does answer. Sometimes God wants to talk about something else. It's like a friendship. You know, you have some friends where they don't want to talk about something.
I wouldn't be friends with somebody who avoids like critical questions like that, especially if they're the ones held responsible for it.
So,
like, if I ask why people are suffering, and he's like, "Yeah, but like, look at the clouds that I made. Aren't they pretty?" Like, I would absolutely unfriend that person and block them immediately.
So, I think God wants us to embrace mercy. I honestly do. I think he wants us to forgive and be merciful and kind, and I think he's willing to give us a lot of lessons to get us there. That's what I think.
Right, but he's not answering your question.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's what God would want me to say to your question.
Wouldn't you feel like God's just being dishonest?
No, I don't feel like God is dishonest.
Is that just because you automatically give him credit that everything he says is truthful?
Well, this is a great question. He has sent lying spirits. So, this is interesting. I believe that he himself is honest, but he does include lying in the plans. There are lies that exist because he planned that lies to happen. But I think he himself is honest. And I know that is complicated, but that's what I believe.
It's contradictory is what it is. If he's planning on lying, then he is not an honest God.
He did send lying spirits. He did approve that plan of sending lying spirits. I cannot deny that.
So, if that's the case, then how do you know that anything he tells you may not be a lie? Or may be a lie, I should say.
That is a great point. And it is right to question that. But he is the source of everything, so I have to go to the source. You know? In my opinion, God is the source of everything. So if I want the truth of the matter, I have to go to God.
Is Google not a source? Sorry.
It is, but I think we can all admit that Google isn't always super accurate, is it?
No. So this is why we research and we learn how to research. And we
Yeah.
look for sites.
Yes.
I'm just
So
saying.
Go ahead.
Like, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Just keep going.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand why you believe. Like, I don't understand even where you're questioning your belief in all of this. I guess that's where I want to circle to. Like, I've given you several things that are like deemable to be questioned, and it seems like you have an answer and you don't question your belief.
Oh, I'm definitely in the middle of questioning these things. This is very complex. These are very complex things, but I am convinced he has a plan of working all things together for good. It's like a director that you trust is gonna make the movie good.
And where do you think you might be wrong?
Well, I will humble myself by saying that I could be wrong about a lot of things.
I mean, I could say that too, but that's not very specific. I want to know, like, if you're truly questioning certain things, like, tell us, what is it exactly that you're questioning?
Okay, so with me, I'm really trying to negotiate that God doesn't do the revelation plan. But when I see all these things about like microchips and all this stuff, and I do see it going that way. I do wonder if how open God is about changing God's mind about revelation. But I'm hoping that God doesn't do the revelation plan. So it's things like that where I'm.
So your questions are more about the character of God and your ability to influence change on the plan. But your questions don't really, we've already established they don't even touch on the existence of God. You don't question that, but the accuracy, the truth of the Bible, do you question that?
Oh, definitely.
Can you question your intuition? The thing you rely on to determine what is and isn't scripture.
I mean, even the Bible says not to lean on our own understanding, so I don't think I can trust my own intuition.
Isn't that what you said you rely on, though? If it feels spiritual, if it feels poignant or meaningful.
My point is, I think intuition is it's the greatest tool. It's one of the greatest tools I have access to. I'm not saying it's theoretically the greatest tool that could be given. It's the greatest tool I have. It's one of the greatest tools I have access to. You know, you work with what you have.
Can it be wrong?
Could my intuition be wrong? I do think so, but I believe that you will find all the truth eventually. So I would like to believe that I'm growing in truth over time.
Do you think it's possible that the truth that you eventually find could contradict the truth you think you have now?
Yes.
Could that include things you do not question?
Yes.
Could that include the existence of God?
It could definitely influence that. I mean, I have to be open, right? I believe openness is very important.
I appreciate how tentative and cautioned that answer was. but also that you gave it. I appreciate it.
That would be unforgivable to you?
See, for me, the whole concept is celebrating forgiveness. So, for me, I celebrate never be in a place of unforgiveness with anything, to be honest.
With God, who's
With
responsible
anything.
for all of it.
Yeah, with
So
anything.
like,
I would forgive everybody.
So like, if let's say you had a family, or let's say even you had a crazy traumatic event that could have been prevented, that guy could have easily intervened with, but chose for you to have it, and ultimately it really only led to your destruction. Is that something you could forgive God for? Be like, I forgive you, you know, even though you're the one who could have stopped it all, and you see all, you know all, and you know where I'm going when this happens. But you're still going to allow my destruction. I'm still going to forgive you. You truly believe that you could forgive him?
Yeah, so for me, with idealism, I've decided to become idealism. So I choose to become peace. I choose to become forgiveness. I choose to become mercy. I want to personify those things, where if you were to look up those definitions, you would see like me there, where like I am merciful, I am forgiving. I want to be forgiveness. So yeah, I would forgive.
Do you have children?
Not yet.
Yeah, because if like God allowed something terrible to happen to my son who did nothing wrong, I absolutely could never forgive that God. And I feel like that is going to be a logical answer among a lot of like logical thinkers, to not forgive the thing that is responsible for it.
Tootski.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to interrupt you both for just a moment to remind our audience to keep tapping the screen and sharing the live, of course. But also, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, go ahead and request on up. We will be moving on soon, but only if there is somebody who has a belief in a god and can question that belief. Otherwise, I might be forced to ask our current guest about his beliefs on the shape of the earth.
All right. So to answer the previous question, we do have the Book of Job, which has a dude who is perfect, and he does.
You
have
said that's
his
not even
children.
real though, so it's not even like relevant. You said
Well,
so yourself. You don't believe that Job was real. So
Oh, I
like,
do believe Job is real.
did I mishear what you said last time? Because I thought you told
That was a
Thrayle.
different. I think you might be thinking of the previous guest.
I could have sworn he was talking. It was him.
It was a
Okay.
different guest who was questioning Job. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
So I bring up Job because Job is I've read Job so many times. I think I'm fine with it. I view God as the guarantee. So my guarantee that stabilizes me, that I have joy and peace and stabilizes me, is that I have connection with God. Everything else is a bonus category. So God can take anything away from me, and I'm fine with it.
Who wrote Job?
That is interesting because it is a very, very ancient book. I am not sure. I know it's a very ancient book. But I'm not sure who wrote it. But I know other biblical texts quote Job, so I would say that verifies it as canon.
Canon.
Yeah.
And just to remind us, what is canon?
So, in my opinion, canon is that's a good question. Canon is widely it's where something is validated as viewed as scripture. I would say that was the biblical canon would be just like what is approved as scripture.
Do you have any exceptions to canon that are? Because I know you have inclusions, but do you have any exceptions? Are there things that others might say are canon or that you think are not.
This is a great point. So there are some philosophies within the Bible that I disagree with, and I would love to teleport them and be like, I disagree with you. I would like. There's certain things with Paul I disagree about. There's certain things. Yeah, I would have a long conversation with Paul, to be honest. There are things with Paul that I disagree with.
Paul seems to disagree with himself.
But there's some things that Paul said that I really like, so I do got mixed feelings about Paul.
Do you think at any point this belief in a God might be wrong?
Do I think my beliefs about God might be wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I have a lot of theories.
Have you had
so,
at
yeah.
any point?
Oh, sure. I mean, when I read Isaiah 45 and I found out that God created evil, that was pretty, I mean, there's a lot of verses to digest, like the fact that he sent lying spirits, he creates evil, he controls everything, the predestiny thing. But actually, predestiny actually comforts me, to be honest. But that one was a huge plot twist as well.
Mm-hmm. Is something like I really try to avoid this thrill, but it's like something like Shmenicide is forgivable.
You sure you don't want to ask him about the shape of the earth?
Oh, I mean, I can ask him that.
No. I actually want to hear his answer to this question.
Which one?
Shmenicide.
Oh. And the specific question is if God did it or what?
If you found in scripture that God's responsible for Shmenicides of entire nations, would you be able to forgive that?
I forgive everything. Well,
Really?
I want everybody to understand. I believe that preaching and stuff happens in the afterlife. So I believe that everything will be reconciled in the future.
Does that give me permission to live as wickedly as I want to and just atone for it later?
So we have negative and positive reinforcement that are encouraging us to behave as nicely as possible as soon as possible. And there are negative and positive reinforcements that encourage us to do that. And they are everywhere.
He already said he didn't care about his own offspring being taken from him. He's not going to care about anyone else.
No, I do care about them. But what I'm saying is I would still be okay on a personal level.
You would be okay with somebody who is responsible for Shmenicide.
I'm by saying okay, I mean I would still have my sanity and I would still have joy and peace. I would surely intercede and try and fix the situation.
Yeah, but why would you have to intercede? Like, if God's all good, what is the point of interceding? What is the point of, if he's the one who is responsible and saying, you now go into this nation and unalive every man, woman, child, infant, donkey, and cattle, allow nothing else to live within this nation, you would be okay with that?
Okay, so I really, really view God as a teacher, like a psychology teacher, and God sets up all these experiments and scenarios to see what we'll do. I really do believe that.
But, okay, so in this case, in this story, 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul, current king of Israel, to go and unalive the people of Amalek. In this instance, Saul couldn't stomach it and kept some survivors. And in that instance, God punished him for not unaliving every single person. How do you forgive something like that?
I do believe everything is about negotiation and forgiveness.
And if he says, no, I'm I'm not negotiating. This is a non-negotiable. Then what?
Oh, I'm gonna negotiate forever. I'm gonna negotiate forever until everything is reconciled.
Then that would mean like you are our savior, I guess. Like nobody's going to reconcile the thing that's responsible for all of our creation.
I mean, the role of Christians is to reconcile everybody.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Christians
It's
have the
absolutely
ministry of
not true.
reconciliation.
There's several scriptures where it says if these people don't want to be with us, let them go, let them be. Right? Where's the reconciliation then?
There is a verse that says we have been given the ministry of reconciliation. Would you like me to give you the verse?
Sure.
Okay. Let me look it up quickly.
This is slowly devolving into a Bible debate.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to figure out like where can you, where is there room for reconciliation in something like that? But I don't think you've suffered enough to understand where I'm coming from.
It is 2 Corinthians 5 verse 18. 2 Corinthians 5 verse 18 says, everything is from God, who has reconciled us to himself through Christ and has given us the ministry of reconciliation.
Okay, but that's only within the church.
No, because Colossians says that Christ has been sent to reconcile everything created. Angels, aliens, everything. Yeah, well...
Colossians.
Okay. Yeah.
Which was written by...
What do you hold higher, justice or reconciliation?
Reconciliation. Mercy triumphs judgment.
What?
Yeah.
Are you...
Where's that?
Mercy's better than judgment because you would have endless karma destroying everything.
Wait, what do you define justice for me? What do you
I
think
view justice as like karma, which would just lead to endless evil forever. Justice would lead to endless evil, I think. Mercy is where you can erase it. Thank God. Mercy's better than justice. It should be a combination of mercy and rehabilitation.
So, what is true justice if you just eliminate it with mercy? What, like, where is the justice for the people who deserve justice? And when I say that, I'm talking about the victims.
Because we want idealism. We want a perfect society, and rehabilitation and reconciliation are the tools. Like, even if you send somebody to prison, are they really helped, or they just, now they're trapped, which is not good for them, right? We want everybody to be helped, right?
But we're not talking about mortal justice, right? We're talking about divine justice. If divine justice is a thing, that means it's necessary, right?
I still think that rehabilitation is the answer.
What does that have to do with? Okay. Where is rehabilitation in the text?
Because God wants us to love good and embrace the light.
Where's the rehabilitation?
Because God brings people into goodness and light and wants us to push people towards goodness and light and encourage it, right? I would call that process.
Does God always get what God wants?
Yes. The Bible says God does all that he pleases.
So everything is according to his will and desire. Nothing happens that he doesn't want.
That is biblically sound. And that therein is why there's the Calvinism versus universalism view with the Bible. The Calvinists lean towards some verses, the universalist view towards other verses on what
The
is.
other view you're thinking of is not universalism. It's called albinism, I believe.
It's called what?
Albinism, I believe. I could be wrong. Tutski might know better.
I'm not even sure what he's talking about.
The other view, antithetical to Calvinism.
Oh. I don't know.
About Arminianism? You're talking about free will,
Arminianism.
right?
See, my brain just
Arminianism.
took a word.
Yeah.
Totally. Arminianism. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah.
like
my
So I
point
know I
is
was
that
wrong.
both. Yeah, that's about free will. What Calvinism and you even predestiny, but they argue what is God's final plan.
So one of them has free will and the other has predestination.
Yes, and it depends if there's different levels of Calvinism. There's like super Calvinists that believe that like everything is predestined, and there's some Calvinists that don't believe quite everything is predestined. But yes, that's how it goes.
Do you believe God is a just God? Your God is a just God?
I believe that God is a merciful God.
I know a merciful God too. Appreciate you being here, but I think I've hit my limit.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna scurry off into my wall. But thank you for having me up.
Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate you,
Love you,
Tutski.
Toots.
See you guys.
I also must flop.
Everybody's gonna scurry. I bet Philly
No,
would too.
but in my defense,
She
it's
were
like 1
awake.
p.m. So I got stuff to do.
Appreciate you, Noctis.
Love ya.
You too. Take care. And Philly's probably asleep, like I said, so unless she's sneakily awake this whole time, I'll give her just a moment before dropping her down.
You're asleep, not me.
I might be asleep. The weird word connection my brain just did. I don't know if we have any other guests requesting. We had one I thought was there. Just the only reason why I flopped the previous guest when I did was because I figured if I waited any longer, we weren't going to get to a new guest. They would disappear like a ghost in the queue. That's a good point, Sebastian. I might not have brains. I might just be using a skull. Certainly would explain some of my questions, wouldn't it? I don't know what a ghost is, Hazelnut. I think it's something that doesn't exist. But I could be wrong. It's a thing people reference, and it's shaped like people. And it's usually an excuse for something that you really didn't know. happens when somebody isn't really in the cube, but they are. It's shaped like a person. But I really just don't know what it is. And it's not even really there when I look harder. How is there not a ghost sticker? That's a good question. I think that's something I should get on. Maybe today I'll do that before I sleep. Somebody in the Discord could maybe remind me. I don't know, Sebastian. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about, so maybe I should change the prompt. I was considering getting a poem ready and forgot to bring us back here. Maybe this image needs an update too. Maybe the mermaid and Santa Claus need to switch places. The mermaid needs a red aesthetic. I don't know. Sebastian's sure that she's asleep now. Maybe. We did talk about changing the mermaid's aesthetic and swapping places with Santa Claus, and it didn't get a reaction. Maybe if we talked about illuminating the mermaid? Oh, well, that actually sounds... Hang on, that's a little brutal. Removing the mermaid. Yeah, I think she's asleep. We'll set her down. Appreciate you, Philly. Maurice, stop picking on the mermaid. I will. I will leave the mermaid alone. Can we all agree that Santa is as much a cryptid as the Mothman? Yeah, I think we could. I think we had a decent night, Hazel. We had several believing guests come up and believably question their beliefs, and at least one or two that, of course, could not. Mostly returning guests. But yeah, I heard questioning happening, and our last guest has some light research to do, and maybe he'll come back more assured in his beliefs, or maybe he'll have some different answers. But either way, I might have I might have it in me to question one more believer before the end, but I think I am leaning towards an end soon.
I sit where the night folds over thought, counting the cracks in the walls of belief. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch, every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your need. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Of maybe tonight. Nothing is final, nothing is true, just shadows and whispers, me and you. We dance in the quiet, under the stars, as the world sleeps, we heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight.
Thank you, Michael V, for the song. I really like that one. It's one of my favorites. And thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate every one of you. Whether you were engaged, asking questions, or came on panel to answer questions, or if you were just here having respectful dialogue, whatever it was you did, however you engaged. Maybe you just fell asleep. Thank you so much. I feel like we are kind of reaching a natural conclusion here. And I don't see any in queue with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or really anything like that. Unless there is, I think we might be, well, I think the end may be nigh. I think the end may be nigh. I've got just a few more stanzas to proofread. never fails. As soon as there's a believer at the door, they disappear. Well, I think that maybe for all the engagement, for tapping the screen, sharing the live, doing everything that you do to be the greatest audience on TikTok. Really, I appreciate every one of you. Thank you, of course. Courage, all the great questions. Thank you to everybody who who asked questions, who answered, who fell asleep.
it's not all. Y'all making it seem like all broke men are not capable of dating in 2026. Y'all making
You just
a
said they're
joke.
damaged. You just said they're
You said they're
damaged.
damaged, so why would they date?
Look,
If you're used to it, or anybody else if you're damaged.
I said a lot. I didn't say
Broke
all.
man can be financially responsible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, statistically, these BLK men that you say are financially
Responsible.
All these BLK men who are fiscally responsible, it doesn't correlate.
Financially responsible.
Right.
Fiscally responsible is not being correlated or transferred over into the BLK community. So all these men who are financially sound or fiscally sound, it's not being transferred over to the black community, nor is it helping the children and women who are currently penniless and impoverished from BLK men who are dating or trying to casual date.
We didn't say all.
Right, and see that's the thing.
We didn't say all.
And that's the thing. Y'all misunderstanding that y'all putting all black men in this bunch that they all are broke. So it like for instance, look at Michelle Obama and
can't do celebrities, can't do politicians.
Okay, got you.
Keep it to the regular folks.
I got you. So there are people who get together and the man is broke, don't have all the money at that moment, you know what I mean? Because they're growing, especially they're young, they're 25, they're 23, you know what I mean? You're not going to be financially stable and on point at that age, but the potential is there. So if the woman sees the potential in that man, she stays and ride with him, just like the young lady that was on here earlier, who her name was Nice Mom. They grew. So now the problem with our culture is we allow women to just look for men who are at the finish line. And because of that, even though that man may have money and she met him at the finish line, he's broken in his spirit, in his manhood. So now
a man who is financially stable more than likely is not going to be broken.
Oh, listen, that's not true, brother.
So are you saying she got to pick the slack up? She got to pick the slack up and fix his broken tail? I'm confused.
No,
that's too much work.
Words, Diamond.
What I'm saying.
No, I said tail.
What I'm saying is, eventually they grow together. They help each other grow together, as far as getting money is concerned. But sometimes, like I said, in our culture, women are getting with men who have money but don't know how to be in a relationship. Some men with the money treat them women like doo-doo. Facts.
Okay, pause right there. There is a problem within the black community that all men who are broke always try to disparage men of means. Why is that? Men who are self-sufficient, make money, you always try to disparage them and make as though that they're the ones who is doing DV. They're the ones who are not paying child support. They're the ones who are not doing anything, and they're the ones with the money that have the ability to.
They are, but y'all blaming broke men.
Unfortunately, brother,
those same statistics.
Unfortunately, the men who make their money for some reason, statistically, there is a situation where those men are deviants. There is a situation where those men. Listen, hold on. There is situations where the men feel like they can treat them women like doo-doo because they can deal with any woman they want. They have 5 or 6, 8 women, and they always treat the decent women like doo-doo. And that's a fact.
And yet they're the ones who's going to be able to take care of the child in the event that they have a child with these women. It is the broke men who are creating an atmosphere of violence.
That's what they banking on, and that's why that statistic is what it is.
Stuff that they got, man, in their hair today, man, I'd rather wait. I wouldn't. No disrespect, ladies.
No,
stuff
can
I'm
I say?
seeing on.
All right, we're gonna have Dap land his plane. We're gonna save him for open discussion. Ginger, welcome to the panel. Please address the prompt. Please don't use any vulgar or explicit language. Please keep it TikTok friendly and classy. When you address the prompt, say yes or no, and then why you chose those words.
Okay. Thank you.